What is up? How are you? How are things? Hopefully all is well. Welcome into another Saturday of the SWEATBOX. I'm your host of the stream, Rex Byers. Look forward to being with you for the better part of the next 12 hours. All kinds of college football is the big subject today. Week 11 of the college football season. Where does the time go? I feel like I was just popping open my Phil Steele and trying to come up with some initial numbers just yesterday. Anyway, here we are, right back at it. Got a deluge of games here in this noon window. There will be more later, actually, than there are earlier. But let's go ahead and get to it. I'll go in rotation order as how we start here. Top game on the board that goes in this early session is 127-128 Temple and Army. Army currently 7, 45.5 the total. Game opened 5 and 47.5. I made it 10.5. I actually like Army a little bit in this game, but I wouldn't lay. I couldn't get to the window with Army just because it's tough to ask them with a total this low to lay a full touchdown, even though I think that they'll get there. First half's going to close Army 3.5 minus money. There is a 4 flat out there. 22.5, 23 under money on the total. That game is on CBS College Sports. I'll have that bottom right corner as soon as the soccer game between Stoke and Coventry goes final. James Madison and Marshall from Jones C. Edwards Stadium in Huntington, West Virginia. Jimmy Madison trying to extend upon their 7-1 start to the season and keep themselves in the playoff conversation. This game opened James Madison 13, 55.5. Current price 13.5, 53.5 basically is the most popular numbers. There is some rain in West Virginia. See if that affects anything. The next game, 133 and 34, we skip down to Colorado at West Virginia. Also in West Virginia. This game is on TNT. Fixing to kick off shortly in Morgantown. Mountaineers 6.5, 51. And there is some 51.5 out there on the current total. Game opened 6 and 55.5. So it's been nothing but under money. Again, based a lot of this on the weather in West Virginia. Some rain. Not a whole lot of wind, but definitely some rain. See, 135 and 36 is SMU against Boston College. In Chestnut Hill, SMU opened a 12-point favorite, 53.5 the total. That's been bet down to 10.5, let's call it consensus. And the total 54.5 to 55. I made this game 11, no real thoughts. That game is on the ACC channel. Let's see. Next up, down to Indiana, Penn State, 145 and 46 on the rotation. Big Fox has that one. IU opened 13, 47.5. Currently 13.5, 51, 51.5 the total in Happy Valley. Never thought I'd hear myself saying those words. Indiana laying that kind of number up there. It's a new world. Let's see. Ohio State, Purdue, 147 and 48. That game's on the Big Ten channel. It does not go until the top of the next hour. 28, 48.5 is what it opened to Ohio State. Current price 29, 49.5. Skip down to 153 and 54, Bowling Green, Eastern Michigan. The same start time as Ohio State, Purdue, 1 o'clock Eastern in Ypsilanti on ESPN+. The Hurons, now the Eagles, 2.5 and 49 favored over BG. 155 and 56, Georgia, Mississippi State on ESPN. Bulldogs of Georgia laying 9.5 against the Bulldogs from Starkville. Game opened 8, 56.5. Slight move to Georgia. I made the game 8.5. I do lean Mississippi State. I think that there is some value on that side. Just call it a gut. I think that they'll play Georgia close, have a chance to win it in the fourth quarter. Missouri State Liberty, 157 and 58. This is a game, two Conference USA teams that don't know much about each other. Missouri State, first year playing Division I football from 1AA. Liberty 855.5. The opener now currently 851.5. Big under move there, as that one's in Virginia today. Let's skip UAB Rice. That's at 2. I can always come back to that. So we'll go over that one before post after the half times of the early games. BYU Texas Tech 165 and 66. That game is on ABC. Texas Tech opened 10 and 53.5, and that game has been bet now to 13. And there actually is some 13.5 out there, and 50. Kind of a startling number. I mean, really, BYU has been getting zero respect from all these people that are moving these games every week, and all they do is keep getting the money. We'll just have to see if they can do that again today. I know that Paul Stone's on Texas Tech, who I respect greatly, -10. So he got a great number there. And I know there's people that like BYU at even on 11. So if they liked it at 11, Lord knows they have to like it at 13. Let's see, down to the next one. Hang on, that's not the next one. Fake news. We're down almost out of games here in this early slate. Southern Miss is at Arkansas State, and a sneaky good game in the Sun Belt. Both those teams have won and covered 4 straight. I do have a play here on 196 Arkansas State. Took 6. The game went down to 4.5 and 5, and it's now come back up to 6 and 6.5. All the money on Southern Miss at the end. Southern Miss opened 5 and 62.5, and again now 6 at close. There is some 6.5 out there at 54. I think Arkansas State wins this game outright. I think have improved considerably now that the schedule's weakened for them a little bit in the last month or so. It's directly corresponded to their success both on the field and at the betting window. Again, the other team's done nothing wrong either. Make no mistake, this guy and a lot of his players at Marshall last year won the league. So, Southern Miss going from where they were at the end of last year to this point clearly proves that this coach knows what he's doing. But I just think that this is a big number today. And I look forward to that one. It's on ESPNU. They've just kicked. So speaking of kicks, I need to go ahead and start going through these kickoffs and seeing who's going to get the ball first at halftime. Looks like 193 Southern Miss has kicked it to Arkansas State. I'm going to just work backwards from the bottom of the rotation order to the top here. Jalen Rayner and his Arkansas State offense on the field. BYU and Texas Tech. Texas Tech has won the toss and deferred. Memphis and Rice not there yet. Missouri State and Liberty not there yet. Georgia and Mississippi State. Mississippi State won the toss and took the ball. Where is that game? Okay. Battle of the Bulldogs. Bowling Green and Eastern Michigan, not yet. Ohio State, Purdue, not yet. Indiana, Penn State, not yet. That's a Fox game, so they'll start that just a smidge late. Let's see. Boston College and Smooth. That game is on the ACC channel. Okay, I've got it here. It looks like Smooth. Boston College won the toss and deferred. Okay. Oh, BC's is wearing white at home today. That's what got me confused. Boston College and Smooth. BC won the toss and deferred. Would not be surprised if Smooth comes out a little flat today. The win last week over Miami was a good one, but ultimately they're not going to be good enough to be playing any meaningful games in January this year. Like last year, they're already 6-3. BC at 1-8. Still showed some resilience and was playing hard last week against Notre Dame at the very least. West Virginia, Colorado at Husker Stadium in Morgantown. Colorado won the toss and took the ball. Looks like neither team has done anything with the ball. That game again is on TNT. Jimmy Madison and Marshall. Let's see. Jimmy Madison won the toss and deferred. And Temple and Army, that's on CBS College Sports. And it looks like Army won the toss and deferred. So, Temple took it, and they're on the move, actually, past midfield. So, we are underway. Let me write down, is IU coin toss there yet? Penn State won the toss and deferred. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games in this window that's on live, and I can confirm that because I got them all. So, yep, we're all underway. Once the ball is kicked in Happy Valley, the Hoosiers will receive the opening kick. That game and BYU and Texas Tech are the live feeds that I'll have early. Those games are on ABC and Fox. I will be ahead of you guys on those games. Looks like Southern Miss got the ball deep into Arkansas State territory in the first 2 minutes of the game, but the Red Wolves have held them to just a field goal. So 13-17 to go in the first. And our first points are on the board today, and they come from the bad guys in terms of how I need it. Southern Miss leads Arkansas State 3-0. IU starts their first drive at their own 21 after the kickoff. Banging up the middle for about 7. Hamby's walled up in the backfield this time. Be 3rd and 4. BYU's punted against Texas Tech. It's not a good one. Red Raiders will start at their own 40. Indiana calls timeout before the 3rd and 3 play. Mississippi State. Good start to this point. Chapin takes it down inside the 10. It'll be 2nd down there. And about 7 at the 9. Clock moving. Will be inside of 10 minutes when they snap it here. No, it won't. They went fast. Keeps it. He's smashed at the 3. It'll be 3rd and about 2. Arkansas State into the red zone already. I'm not sure what happened, but I'm happy about it. Raider to the outside, inside the 10. It'll be goal to go. Texas Tech goes backwards on their first play. A penalty, it looks like. The second play gets a couple yards. It'll be 2nd and 13. Blitzed him. Caught, but for no gain. And Indiana's going to go 3 and out. MB was there on all 3, but in the end, nothing. Texas Tech takes a deep shot, incomplete, broken up. BYU's defensive backs have been pretty good most of the year. Make a nice play there. IU punts it on 4th and 2. It's not a good one. Fielded at the 25. Does get a block. 35, 40, 42. And that's where the 3 and 5 Nittany Lions will start their first drive. 12:47 to go on the clock. Third and 3, they call it here for Mississippi State. That wasn't a fortuitous spot. Taylor, the quarterback now, not shaping. Empty backfield here. Trips right, 2 to the left. Motion left. Fake. He keeps it. Looks like he's going to be, if he's not in, he's close. And they're saying he's in. Give him some cowbell. Touchdown, Mississippi State. And they have taken the lead. Kamario Taylor bangs it in. Cowbells. What happens here? We got a fumbled punt. BYU nightmare start. It's the one thing, if you're trying to win this game, you can't have those kind of plays. Arkansas State, 6 plays, 75 yards, 2:15 off the clock, and they are in. Extra point good for the Red Wolves. They lead at 7-3. It's a coverage breakdown for Southern Miss there. Yeah, 11 for BYU, just muffed it. I mean, just right in his hands and right out. Recovered by Texas Tech. SMU moving in against Boston College. Now they're into the red zone. First and 10, they run it to at the back wheel route. Incomplete. I thought I saw a flag flying there, but nothing. Jimmy Madison over the middle, complete down to the 30, 25 of Marshall. 8:25 to go. Colorado is punting against West Virginia again. 9:26 to go. Mountaineers take over at their own 29. Oh, smooth guy, wide open. All the way down to the 1. First and goal. They're going to go real fast here. This probably won't take too long. 3rd and 1, Penn State banks it for exactly 1. Move the sticks into IU territory. Touchdown to SMU. $8:56 to go in the first. And Jimmy Madison's in. Extra point good in that game. 7-0 James Madison. 8:02 to go in the first. Extra point for SMU also good. 7-0. Fourth and 22 for Texas Tech. So after that muff punt, Tech's offense does nothing, and they have to settle for a 47-yard field goal attempt. Clock moving, snap down up, and it's good. He slides it inside the right upright. 10:07 to go in the first. Kalani Sitake very excited about things, as well he should be. His defense has done nothing wrong through 2 drives, but -1 in the turnover department. Therefore, Red Raiders lead this one 3-0. Penn State, another first down. Trying to matriculate the ball into field goal range at the very least here on the first drive to get something. Katron Allen, a heavy dosage so far. 5 carries, 15 yards. Penn State Exactly 10 yards on each of their first several plays. Yeah, three plays, 10 yards, 3 plays, 10 yards again. The little sprint right, incomplete. So 2nd and 10 there. Smooth touchdown set up by a big 44-yard pass. Set them up now at the goal line. Temple and Army midway through the first quarter, no score in West Point. Mid-pack teams in the league there. Temple 5-4, Army 4-4. Third and 12, Penn State at the IU 40. Drop back, fires, incomplete. I'm not sure what they'll do from here. Too far for a field goal. You really don't want to punt it, but it's 4th and forever. And Penn State is going to punt it. It was bounced at about the 8, but went backwards, back to the 14. So IU's punt returner did a good job of getting away from it. I thought for sure that was going to be one of those gets inside the 4 or 5 yard line. IU starts at their own 14 after the commercial. 12-18 to go in the first. Temple takes over after a 39-yard Army punt at midfield. 6:23 to go in the first. At Michie. I vaguely remember Boston College doing this for Wells game, going back 20 years plus. I just don't know the whole story behind it. There's a bandana involved in one of the brothers. I'm not well versed enough on the stories of Boston College football to know what it's all about. That'll be something, hopefully at this time next week I'll have much more people in the chat that will be able to inform me just as I try to inform, entertain, and educate you. Stockton trying to drive Georgia down for the answering points against Mississippi State. They're down 7-0 in their first at-bat of the day. 3rd and 11 for them. Stockton's pass over the middle is high and deflected, incomplete. Mississippi State's defense holds on the first drive. Looks like Southern Miss is inside the 5, but maybe they're stopped on downs. You pull up the box score and see what happened here. Yep, Braylon Braxton kept it at the 5 on 4th and 1. They're going to review it, but the review's not going to bail them out here. They're short. And Arkansas State gets the key stop and will take over on downs at their own 5. Midway through the first quarter, it's 7-3. Red Wolves over Southern Miss. Hemby gets it again for IU, another 7-yard gain on first down. There is Premier League soccer on today. There is college basketball going on today. IU loses yards on second down again, just like the last drive. Wow, he literally just grabbed his foot. It never works. Temple's down deep into Army territory at this point, and we got a long pass by Smoo again. They're down to the Boston College 5 again. West Virginia on 4th and 6 throws a slant first down to the Colorado red zone. Mendoza on a draw, first down Indiana, out past the 30. And we got a SMU touchdown again. 7:13 to go in the first, 13-0 SMU. Well, hold all tickets. I see there comes the yellow flag flying in. Oh, we got a turnover by West Virginia. So in the battle of 3 and 6 teams, Fox did hand it off to the back. He just lost the ball. Buffs recover. Marshall is in the James Madison red zone, but it's 4th and 5. They're probably going to have to settle for 3. Actually, they're not in the red zone. Incomplete pass. Took a shot down inside the 5. They're going to punt. Low percentage play call there by Marshall. So Jimmy Madison will take over the own 5, 4:24 to go in the half. Georgia did end up with a field goal against Mississippi State, 7-3 in that game. Bulldogs lead Bulldogs. 6:40 to go in the first. IU 3rd and 4 here. Does all day. Fires complete out to the 44. First down Indiana. Penn State injury. Going to create a timeout in that game. Hoosiers a couple of first downs on their second drive of the day. Looks like BYU punts it back to Texas Tech, who has the 3-0 lead. A little bit of notable line movement. Maryland and Rutgers game 149 and 150. Total's been bet now to 57 pretty much everywhere. Opened a little lower than that, was bet up, and now it's coming back down just a smidge. With lots of commercials now. Let's see. Still got Colorado, West Virginia, and still got Georgia, Mississippi. Everything else is in a timeout. Currently 8 games still. Next set of kickoffs comes at the top of the hour. Ohio State at Purdue. Bowling Green at Eastern Michigan. Missouri State at Liberty. Liberty Bibberty. Mississippi State 4th and 2. They're going to have to punt it most likely. They're going to take this catch away from IU. It looks like they will. Wow, looked to me like a pretty secure catch. We went back to the review and they said no. So it's 4th and 4 for IU. They're going to have to punt it. They're going to choose to punt it, I should say. This punt's a little better than the first one. Goes out of bounds at the 24. And the Nittany Lions take over. Scoreless. Their second drive at home against the number 2 Indiana Hoosiers. Texas Tech, 5 minutes to go in the first against Brigham Young, 3-0 Red Raiders. They have it out now. They're near their own 22nd and short after a BYU punt. Got some Army guys celebrating something. I'm not sure what happened. Still no score up there against Temple. SMU, after the penalty against them, had to settle for a field goal against BC. 6:35 to go in the first. 10-0 SMU at Boston College. We got a sombrerito. The old hat man. In Morgantown. Safety, Colorado. West Virginia takes a 2-0 lead over the Buffaloes. 4:35 to go in the first. I did not see how it happened. The turnover that they forced from West Virginia, they had it out like the 15-yard line. I don't know what happened. Very weird. Ah, well, we're off the schneid. Some games starting a little slower than others, but we're well on our way. Let's see what's happening up here. Georgia has it out near midfield. Clock moving inside of 5 minutes in the first quarter. Stockton rolls right, fires right, complete. No. Yes? Yes. Two Georgia receivers were on top of each other. That's somebody probably ran the wrong route. They're not supposed to be that close together. That's why I thought it was an incomplete pass. 16 was running around and actually smashed into one as one caught it. Anyways, they're in the Mississippi State territory, down 7-3. Bulldogs 7-1 against the 5-4 Bulldogs. Looks like we got a turnover by Boston College, so SMU's going to take over again. Things just continue to keep getting worse for BC in this game. After the first time I looked up, they had it at midfield tied, no score, and it already gotten a stop. Now it's Penn State back punt to IU at the 32. The Hoosiers will start. 3:02 left in the quarter. No score still. Big play Georgia. Is it a touchdown Georgia? First and goal Georgia. Frazier stopped at the 1. Texas Tech 83-yard drive here to get them to the precipice of a touchdown. 2nd and 5. Fade. One-on-one coverage. It's caught. There is a flag. Douglas. Yeah, got his left foot down before the right one had out of bounds. Touchdown Texas Tech. Their lead is now 9-0, point pending. Actually called interference on BYU. What the hell is he supposed to do? How can you possibly defend that? And the receiver's taller than he is, and he shoved him. And they called defensive pass interference. Call is upheld, so the extra point pending. 19 seconds left in the first quarter. Texas Tech leads BYU 9-0. I got a ruling on the field of a fumble in the Georgia-Mississippi State game. Let's see what happens here. I think he still had possession of the ball when he went down at the 2-yard line. That's the kind of play that Mississippi State, if they're going to win the game, they need to make one of those. There just needed to be something that shows that the ball's coming out, and there really wasn't. West Virginia, a really nice drive here against Colorado. They banged it inside the 5. Try to cash in on the safety. I can't see how this ruling on the field of fumble is going to stand in the Georgia game. Not an impossibility. I just looked to me like there wasn't enough. I think it's going to get overturned. Ruling on the field helps it, but I just don't think that. I think that he had it with both his knees down. Mendoza takes a shot for IU down the field, complete, down all the way to the Penn State 15. Becker, 53-yarder, just runs a post. Yeah, safety was nowhere near him. Surratt is out there, leading receiver today. So they have it down to the Penn State red zone. 2:20 to go in the first. Oh, they're going to uphold this call in the field. I thought the longer they might look at it, they might be looking for a reason to not overturn it. And they didn't. The call in the field was fumble, and they'll keep it. And Mississippi State gets the stop by forcing the turnover. I just, from those review angles, and I'm rooting for Mississippi State, for me, he looked like he was down. Well, what do I know? My opinion doesn't mean anything in this chair. 4th and goal for West by God, Virginia at the Colorado 2. Motion right. Gives to the back, no chance. Oh, a second effort. Maybe a chance. Oh, they're going to give it to him. Colorado, piss poor tackling. Great effort by 18 to get in, but that's so bad. I mean, they hit him in the backfield. I mean, like he was, the initial contact was the 5. Second and third effort got him right to the goal line. I wouldn't even be surprised if he's down before he got to the end zone. It was so close. The far side official went ahead and said touchdown. Let's see the replay. He's hit at the 5. Yeah, I guess he's in. Not by a lot, but you only got to cross the plane. That's good effort. Mississippi State trying to throw the ball from the shadow of their own goalpost, and they got a flag on Georgia, I think. Holding defense. Mendoza scrambles. 10, 5, touchdown Indiana. Mendoza from about 17 yards out runs it in. 1:42 to go in the first. No flags. IU 6, point pending, and Penn State nothing. It's actually shocking to see how much red there is in that stadium today. I realize that Indiana, I guess the one thing people don't realize is that Indiana has alumni all over the country, all over the world. So if you got enough disgust from the Penn State people that are sick of watching a 3-5 team that was ranked first in the preseason, you're going to get people sell tickets to IU fans that are overjoyed about seeing their team that never competes for a national championship come to take their seats. 3rd and 9 for Mississippi State. That's a quick slant, complete, and then he goes backwards a couple yards to get 3 or 4 more and get the first down. Nice piece of route running by Mississippi State, who will move the chains. The West Virginia touchdown does hold up. 19 seconds left in the first quarter in Morgantown. West Virginia 9, Colorado nothing after the point was good. Into the first quarter in Lubbock. Texas Tech 10, BYU nothing. Here's a sack. Shapen goes back a lot, all the way back to his 11. Big loss. Penn State at their own 35, 136 to go in the first. Penn State's QB can't find anybody, decides to scramble for about 6. Marshall's only been trailing after the first quarter once this season. They did lose that game. Today's the second time. Early in the second, James Madison up 7-0 there. Smoot leads Boston College 10-0. That's at the end of the first quarter. BC has the ball back. And it looks like Army's in for the touchdown against Temple. 11-19 to go in the second. Army does run it in from a couple yards out, and they score the first points of the game. Southern Miss is taking the lead in Jonesboro. Jalen Rayner trying to move his Red Wolves down the field. It's 10-7 Southern Miss. First down at the 27. Makes a guy miss. Nope, no gain. Inside of 2 minutes, clock still moving, 2nd and 10. Pena on 3rd and 5 gets 4. Into the first quarter, Penn State's going to have a 4th and 1. With the whole quarter break to think about it, I would expect them to go for it here. Marshall in 9 plays, 53 yards. At the 13:55 mark, they have tied things up, point pending against Jimmy Madison. Roberts Jr. carries it in from about the 11. What happened with Arkansas State? They're celebrating, but the score hasn't changed. I don't know what could possibly have happened that make them that happy now. They muff a punt. Oh, okay. Sombrerito, maybe? Whatever I thought happened, it didn't happen because Southern Miss has the ball at the Arkansas State 33. So they called it a touchback. No safety. So the Southern Miss's drive, well, poetic justice here. Landry Liddy's pass up the middle is intercepted by Brandon Barnes at the ASU 35. and they'll take over at their own 33. So the field position gets switched. I still don't have a clue what happened. They had the ball down at their own decline. They were sacked. I guess I have to go back to the play sheet and see exactly what happened here. So they had it 2nd and 10 at the 28. That's the play that I saw. They took an 11-yard sack, so then they had to punt it from the 40. Yeah, that punt being a touchback is unfortunate. He did muff it at like the 2. I don't know why. Are you allowed to muff punts at the 2 and then if they go into the end zone, it's not a safety? Oh well. They were celebrating too much for the score not to have changed. I knew something was wrong. BYU ball down 10-0, 13:40 to go. I feel like they can't do anything right. And I look up and they're still only down 10-0. So it's like it could be a whole lot worse. That's for sure. They have 3rd and about 4 near midfield. So now the turnover stands after the interception. 31 seconds to go in the first. Each team has a turnover. Yardage is 154 to 109 in favor of Southern Miss. The one thing to note that Braxton was not in, and Liddy has thrown 4 passes, and Braxton only in 5 for Southern Miss. So there could be a quarterback injury for Southern Miss. I'll have to monitor that as we get towards the half. Obviously, him being out would be a significant loss in terms of what they plan on doing with the rest of their season, let alone for today in these last 3 quarters plus. Fourth and 1 for Penn State coming out of the quarter break at the 39. They're lining up in a big formation. They're probably going to go. They don't waste any time. Play fake, throw to the outside, caught. Gain of about 2, first down. Good execution by the Nittanies. They'll move the sticks. So Landry Liddy did lead the backups did lead them to a score, as Braxton did not play on the 3rd drive. I don't know if that was, they said he was banged up. He didn't play in the last 2 series. I don't know if he's injured or hurt. Obviously, you guys know there's a huge difference there. Georgia monster play inside the 5-yard line. Stockton completes it. Corner for Mississippi State didn't really have much of a chance. Just throw it up real high and let your stud go get it. The stuff on Twitter is saying that he looks a little gimpy, but he wasn't didn't give an indication about being injured. So I don't know if that was a coach's decision or not. It's too early to tell. Certainly after the Liddy interception, I don't know what they're going to do. Penn State ran a toss sweep on 2nd and 4, and Indiana's defensive end almost intercepted the toss. He was back there so fast. Yikes. Williams with the big catch for Georgia, and they bang it in the next play. 4 plays, 27 yards, 1 minute off the clock. 9-7 Georgia. The start of the 2nd quarter. How did they only have to go 27 yards? Mississippi State fumbled. Okay, well that'll do it right there. You force the fumble by Georgia, and then you immediately give it back to them. That can't happen. It was 3rd and 20 on Shapen's scramble for 11. Yeah, again, that can't happen. He's been around forever. He has to know his limitations in that spot. 3rd and 10, Penn State, complete. Missed tackle. He's still going. All the way down to the Indiana 11. First down, Nittanies. That looked like a bust. Very rarely do you see receivers running down the field against Indiana open like that. Marshall did miss their extra point, by the way. That or they went for 2. I don't know, but it's 7-6 Jimmy Madison. and they'll have a goal to go, 9 minutes to go in the second quarter. Singleton down to the 6 for Penn State. It'll be 2nd and 3. Bangs it up the middle again. This will be good enough for the first down. I'll have goal to go at about the 3. Arkansas State threw for 112 yards and they ran for -3 in that first quarter. Going to have to get something established on the ground here at some point. Singleton again bangs it up the middle. Touchdown, Penn State. Excellent work up front by them on the last 3 plays. .11:08 to go in the quarter, and the Nittany Lions are an extra point away from tying this thing up. Wayne Knight, a 6-yard rushing touchdown for Jimmy Madison. They now extend their lead at Marshall to 13-6 point pending. 8:38 to go in the second. Shapin and the Mississippi State offense moved the sticks on 3rd and 2, get about 4 on a power play to the left side. Kurt Signetti looks like he's never having any fun. When they show him when something good happens, he's like he's playing poker. When they show him when something bad happens, which doesn't happen very much, he looks just miserable. Just absolutely miserable. I'm going to try to find out a little bit more closely, paying attention to what's going on in the Southern Miss game against Arkansas State with the quarterback situation for Southern Miss. Like I said, I don't know. Twitter's giving me some conflicting information about whether this is an injury related or a coach's decision. Uh-oh. Big play here is going to end up being a touchdown. I don't know what happened. Right after the punt, I guess. Yeah, Liddy's still in there. 76-yard completion. Elijah Metcalf caught it, and he did all the work. That was just a quick screen. Caught it. There's nobody there, and then he just outran everybody. (17-7) Southern Miss. West Virginia had their 20-year anniversary of the Sugar Bowl champs today. I think Rich Rod was coaching them then. Wonder if they gave him a minute to go out there and hang out with them or not at the end of the quarter. Third and 9, Texas Tech. Moving it inside of BYU territory, completion and another first down. They'll have it 1st and 10 at about the BYU 11. 10-0 Red Raiders threatening to blow the lid off this thing. Steve Slayton, that guy was a man. BC 3rd and 3 at the 4. Try to throw an out pass, incomplete. They'll have 4th and 3, trailing smooth 10-0. Temple against Army has 4th and goal. 4:08 to go before the break at West Point. And they went for it, and they throw it incomplete, back of the end zone, too high. So SMU gets the stop. They'll take over 10-0 at their own 3, own 4. Third and 7, Texas Tech. Incomplete pass. They're probably going to have to settle for another field goal. Is there a timeout before the play? Yes. Lob pass to Temple, and he caught it. It's going to be a touchdown for the Owls to Chase. Colin Chase. 7-6, point pending. Indiana out past the 40, 43. 10:28 to go. Normally, this is the time Indiana gets red ass. Anytime that somebody scores against them all year, they take it right back down the field and score. See if that continues today. Mendoza's out near midfield for IU. It'll be 3rd and about 4. 9 minutes to go, clock moving. Colorado today. Julian Lewis is the quarterback so far. He's 6 for 12 for 87 yards, but no turnovers. And I say that, he just got popped. Is that him? No, Draylon Miller, gain of 8, and he fumbled. But they did recover it. So Colorado on the move here. Mendoza is sacked for IU back at the 43, and the Hoosiers are going to have to punt it. There is a flag. Hold on, mutuals. Ooh, holding defense. That penalty will give IU an automatic first down. Georgia out past their own 21 after forcing the Mississippi State punt. They lead at 10-7. Bulldogs have ran for 60-something yards on about 6 yards a carry today. Announcers didn't like it. I didn't see much there either. Could have easily let that one go. Screen. He breaks one tackle, but there's too much pursuit. They're going to lose 3 yards. So the timeout finally over for Texas Tech. Morton 5 for 9 for 73 yards and a touchdown. Tech leads BYU 10-0 in a game they feel like they're up about 30-0. Here comes a blitz. They do not get there, but they come close. Morton's pass rolling right is incomplete. 4th and 7. Field goal by Tech is good. 13-0. 8:08 to go in the second. Mendoza runs a draw. Wow, 3rd and 6, and he just bangs his way for about 9. Lots of great work by the IU running back after the contact. Is that Black? Colorado into the West Virginia red zone for the first time today, and they promptly go back out of it. Sack, loss of about 13. IU getting the fullback or the H-back involved here, 37, complete, threw into a blitzing safety, and they have it in the red zone. Mendoza takes a shot to the end zone, dropped. Good coverage, but he still could have caught it. That ball was thrown perfectly. And there was a penalty against Colorado, or West Virginia, to give Colorado a first down at the 11. Clock moving, we're inside of 7.5 to go before the break. That ball needs to be caught. Here comes a blitz. Mendoza gets away from it, and he zings it sidearm for a first down to the 5. Great creativity there. That's one thing the scouts like about the kid, for sure. Seems to have a good head on his shoulders. He's built like a deer, and he can clearly make some plays with his legs and his arm after using his legs. Hamby gets nothing. Still at the 5 for IU. 4 minutes to go. Clock moving. Here comes Ohio State onto the field against Purdue at Ross-Ade Stadium. Lots of red, almost an entire side in West Lafayette. Colorado 4th and 5. Alejandro Mata, 5 of 6 on the season. Mendoza sacked. Mata's kick is good. 9-3 West Virginia. Oh, they blitzed the corner. And nobody ever saw him. Got a timeout. 3:16 to go in the second quarter. IU calls the timeout. Gunnar Stockton trying to make all kinds of plays with his leg. First down now at the Mississippi State 13. Georgia has been adequately and properly awakened following the early Mississippi State lead. Bear Bachmeyer trying to run for the first down. I don't think he got there. BYU 4th and 1. They're probably going to have to punt it. Clock moving, 6:33 left. Touchdown Georgia. Delp. 8-yard catch from Stockton. 16-7 point pinning Bulldogs in Starkville, taking command. Southern Miss, what happened here? Interception or something? It looked like they got the ball back. 17-7, they're trailing Arkansas, or they lead Arkansas State, and they got the ball back. Quarterback Liddy's still in there for Southern Miss. Again, I don't know if the other guy got injured, which I think that's the favorite. I mean, he's a senior, been around forever. I have trouble believing they'd just take him out of the game if he wasn't hurt or injured, actually, not hurt. Those of you who know that there's a difference between being injured and hurt. If you've watched the movie The Program, it does a pretty good job of explaining it all to you. Let's see. Underway in the Ohio State-Purdue game. Purdue has the ball first. Let's see if that was by choice or not. No, Ohio State won the toss and deferred. IU 3rd and goal at the 12. Trips right. Mendoza has one back offset to his left out of the gun. Little antsy up front. They're going to take him back 5 yards. BYU 4th and 2. They're only getting outgained 127 to 105, but that one turnover led directly to a field goal. Texas Tech has had a couple of bigger plays. The punt is not a good one. Texas Tech will start at their own 23, up 13-0, 3:46 to go before the break. Indiana is stopped short of the end zone. Completed pass from the 18 to about the 10, maybe. Made one guy miss, not the second. IU's going to have to settle for a field goal attempt from about 28. This kick is low liner, but it is good. 10-7 IU, 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go before the break. Touchdown, West by God, Virginia. 3:29 to go in the second quarter, 15 3-point pending. Well, they like this Fox kid. I didn't know what to do with them. They had lost the two quarterbacks ahead of him a couple weeks ago, and I didn't give them much of a chance at all to go in there last week, and they went down and thrashed somebody. A win today keeps their flickering bowl life alive. Who does West Virginia have left? Remember, they were picked by Steele and some others at the absolute bottom of the conference. At Arizona State, at home against Texas Tech after a bye. It's a big ask, but they beat Houston last week on the road. They surely can go to Tempe and win as well. The fact that they've gotten this much better at the end of the year is certainly encouraging. Big drive here for Mississippi State, down 17-7 against Georgia. They've given up 17 in a row. 4:21 to go before the half. Shapen fires one over the middle to Evans, complete. That takes them down inside of Georgia's 35. Arkansas State gets it back against Southern Miss, 17-7. Rayner keeps it on the option, gets nothing. 8.5 to go. They can't run the ball. I was surprised by this. I thought that would have some success on the ground today against Southern Miss. That's been the one thing I got wrong about this game so far. BYU takes over again at their own 22. Bachmeier, let's see if he can get the offense in gear here. Like I say, they've done very little today on offense. This time he keeps it, and he gets about 2 before getting slammed out of bounds. The Tech defense is very ferocious. Let's not deny that they spent a lot of money there to get good players, and it worked, and they've stayed healthy. Going to beat the 2-minute warning, and BYU will have it again, second and long. Be imperative to see where we stand with some of these kickoffs once the halftime numbers go in. Mississippi State's quarterback fires it over the middle, too high for Evans, incomplete. 3rd and 12. Penn State has all 3 of their timeouts left. IU just won. 2:25 to go before the half. The Nittanies will start at their own 22. Marshall did kick a field goal. It's 14-9. Jimmy Madison, 4:14 to go. Clock moving there at Edwards Stadium. Ark State, a shot play. Did he drop it? I thought he caught it. Nope. Oh, man, tough beat. Nope, it's a drop. You get that time of year and times of day where the sun's so low in the sky that you have trouble. Some fields don't reflect well on the TV, and you have trouble seeing exactly what happens. That's kind of what I ran into there. Jimmy Madison, 3rd and 6 at their own 29. Big play here for the Marshall defense. Try to get off the field, take the lead. Jennings for SMU appears to have thrown a touchdown pass. That'll put them up 17-0 against BC. Little slant over the middle against the Marshall blitzing linebackers worked out really well. Their gain of about 15 first down. Braxton coming back out there for Southern Miss here. So, whatever was wrong appears to have been healed. I don't know, like I said, I don't know why Liddy was playing the last few drives. I'll have to keep an eye on what's going on up here now that they made that switch again. And I'll certainly keep one other eye on Twitter as well. This drive starts at the 16, maybe the 17. Decent run, first down. Big play Ohio State looks like. Oh, I got a call back for a penalty. It's only 1st and 7. Sayans pass is complete to a wide open tight end. They're into Purdue territory. No score there, 3 minutes in. Buckeyes, when it's all said and done, laying 29 at post, 49.5 the total. The only way Purdue is going to get more than 10 points here is if Ohio State just completely lets off the gas, or there's some sort of a defensive score or something. BYU at the 2-minute warning. First play out of it is a slant, and it is incomplete. Wow, 7 for BYU, or for Texas Tech, could have made the play. Pass was maybe a half a yard too far for Roberts. Otherwise, it should be a catch. I mean, he's open. The safety for Tech jumped on it pretty good. In theory, either man, I guess, could have gotten to it. Temple monster play down with 5 seconds left. 1st and goal, Owls. They have 2 timeouts left. They'll use one. So Simon trying to get the Owls in the lead before the break. And Army gets it at the half. So no doubling up there, but still, they can be a touchdown dog and go in with a score here and take the lead. That bolsters their chances. Both these teams have 4 losses. Getting to bowl becomes a lot tougher for the loser of this game today. Penn State at the 2-minute warning. 2nd and 7 at their own 25. Got him. Sack. Lost a yard. 3rd and 8. Bachmeier, 3rd and 13. He's gobbled up for a sack. Texas Tech, another stop. Seems hopeless for BYU on offense. The undefeated Cougars can't get anything going. I think he fumbled the ball, this Penn State kid. So he caught it. Oh, I think it's fumbled before he's down. Yeah, that's going to be IU football. He'll have plenty of time to do something here before the end of the half. Penn State actually kicked 2. Bowling Green, Eastern Michigan underway in Ypsilanti at the Factory. Falcons have tied it up at 7. Middle of the first quarter, 8 minutes to go or so in the first MAC game of the day. Liberty also leads Missouri State 7-0 early. I do not have a visual on that. 6:38 to go in the first. Each of those games are on ESPN+. Texas Tech takes over. 1:42 left before the break. Penn State challenging the ruling for what? That's clear as day, a fumble. He caught the ball, made a football move. Sack. Coverage sack there. BYU's defense is playing well. 4 sacks for the BYU defense. And Bachmeier technically hasn't been sacked. I thought the last drive there was a sack by Texas Tech. I guess they called it a rush because he didn't really try to throw it, but they were receivers in the route. That was for sure a sack. Anyways, 2-minute warning at Marshall as well. James Madison with the ball up 14-9. Purdue must have forced a punt because they do have the ball back against Ohio State at their own 12. 109 left in the half for IU, and they'll take over in the Penn State red zone up 10-7. Actually, they're at the 22. Call on the field in the Army-Temple game is 1 second left before the half. Army's challenging. I think that they want it to be at the half. Mendoza's throw over the middle is incomplete. There is interference on Penn State. Multiple flags came in. Williams was the intended receiver for IU. 105 left in the quarter. Stockton again complete. No, it's incomplete in 2nd and 9. Georgia still leads at 17-7. Flag comes flying in very late. Purdue's had a big play. Or a couple of them, I guess. 30-yard gain by Brown. Complete to Rico Walker. IU's down at the 1-yard line. Becker the catch. Clock will continue to move. It'll be 2nd and goal, 55 seconds left. Got a good drive so far. 8 plays, 63 yards. They're out to the Ohio State 30. First down. Brown's pass complete to Tuggle on 3rd and 1. Black. Kalen Black bangs it in for IU, and they have scored with 38 seconds left to make it 16-7. What could the flag? They're going to call Tarjay against Mississippi State. That's a terrible call. The running back was down on his knee, and the guy threw a shoulder at him. And it's tough. You just get called for tackling. Every week it seems like there's somebody that gets banged. Texas Tech got down here at the decline. I have no idea what happened. 3rd and goal at the 7. They throw into the blitz, complete to the 3, to the 2. Clock moving. They do have 1 timeout left. Let's see what they decide to do here. It's 4th and goal at the 2. Where's the game number here? I can't find it. Okay. Texas Tech gets the ball at halftime. They're going to run the clock down and kick a field goal. What a tough break for Mississippi State. I mean, it's an unavoidable play is what I'm saying. It's hard for you not to call. It's hard to call targeting when the guy had no other way to try to jar the ball loose. Touchdown, Jimmy Madison. 28 seconds to go before the break. They lead in Marshall 20-9. Point pending. Jordan Fuller bangs it in. So Temple does kick a field goal to end the first half against Army. It's 10-7 at Michie Stadium. Snap down up and good for IU on the point. 17-7 Indiana. Sorry, 38 seconds left. Another penalty against Mississippi State. Pass interference this time. Boy, lots of self-destructive behavior here. Now, 4th and goal, Texas Tech's going to go for it. At least they show that they are. BYU calls a timeout now. And you can't call back-to-back timeouts. So this will be the last play of the half, barring a penalty. 3 seconds left. Only reason I don't like this is because if you get stopped, then the half's over. So you don't get the advantage of like them having to take over at their own 1 or 2 yard line. And the other thing is that BYU can't do anything. Don't give them a reason to have motivation or to go into the half thinking that they have a chance to win the game. Take your points here. You're up 16-0. You get the ball first. You know, just slowly put them out of their misery and choke them out. Don't give them any thoughts that they have a chance to come back because, like I told you, they can't do anything right. And they're still only down 13. Could be 33-0 if a couple of plays went differently here. Big play, West Virginia. Catch first down to the 42 of Colorado. They have 2 timeouts left, up 16-9. Here comes the 4th and goal play with 3 seconds left for Texas Tech. Everybody split wide, trips left, 2 to the right, over the middle, fired, and knocked away by BYU. What a great play. And their defense has played its ass off. Texas Tech up 13-0. They will get the ball first. Purdue kicks a 40-yard field goal against Ohio State. 12 plays, 70 yards, 5:29 off the clock. Kicked by Spencer Porath is good. 4:23 to go in the first in Lafayette. The Boilermakers lead 3-0. Yeah, this BYU Texas Tech, I mean, what a crazy half. The Texas Tech has outgained them 187 to 106 drives. BYU had the ball first. They go punt, miss field goal, punt, punt. The missed field goal is from 50. Texas Tech goes punt, field goal, touchdown, field goal, punt, and then downs. Remember the extra possessions in there because BYU muffed the punt. So they do have the 1 turnover. That's the only one for either team in the half. And Tech did score on 3 straight possessions. The one drive, the 12-play, 92-yard drive, was really the only one of any consequence. The rest of the game has been just kind of a chop. So that's that. I actually wouldn't mind hearing what this Texas Tech coach has to say. Damn it. All right. We'll get an official review in the end. What's happening here? So the first 2 games are at the half. Still 6 to go in this early window here. I'll be sure to share them with you shortly. A couple other ones, or 3 of them all within the last 30 seconds. Man, what the hell's going on with Arkansas State's offense? Only 7 points against these stiffs? And the defense can't get off the field either. Southern Miss has it at 1:40 to go in the half. 1 timeout left. Braxton back out there for Southern Miss at quarterback. First down, Golden Eagles. Halftime in Happy Valley, 17-7 IU leads Penn State. 41-yard field goal attempt coming from West Virginia. On the last play of the first half against Colorado, snap down up, right down the middle. West Virginia 19, Colorado 9, also at the break. And Ohio State takes over, down by 3 at Purdue. Halftime prices for all these games coming here shortly. 21-12, Marshall worked themselves into field goal position, and Quinn knocks one through at the buzzer. Good work by the Thundering Herd. 52-yard field goal. His first one was from 49, the second was from 52. BYU had not been held scoreless in the first half since week 10 of 2023 until today. They only had 106 yards. Georgia to score again. Zachariah Branch, 19-yard receiving touchdown, and they did. Bulldogs really pouring it on here in Starkville. I've been impressed. I really thought this was a terrible spot. They're just too good for this team. 9 plays, 77 yards, 2:14 off the clock. Georgia, 24 straight to end the first half, and I think they get the ball to start the second half to really double bang. Yeah, Mississippi State took the ball. So it started out well for them on the first drive. They took it right down the field. Since then, the last 25 minutes, it's been one-way traffic. Georgia 24-7, and they'll get it first to start the second half. All right, halftime prices. Let's go in order of when they went in, if the ones are going to go out. So Temple Army's only got about 8 minutes left. 10-7 Temple Army, 4.5. 4 minus money's also out there. I think that's a little low. Emma Pohl has 5.5, and so does Chris. I actually like those numbers better. SMU BC, a field goal at the gun. Is good. $17-6, and Boston College does get the ball first. All right. Indiana 17-17 at Penn State, 5.5 and 6 in the second half in favor of the Hoosiers. Can't argue with any of that. 23 over, 23.5 flat, the totals. Can't argue with that. I actually think that's a little bit low. I think Penn State will score at least once, and IU's good for a minimum of 17 again. I mean, that's almost as bad as they can play in terms of, not scoring hardly much. And, if the defense gives them another short field to work with, they'll find a way to grab an easy touchdown out of there. Texas Tech laying 7. There's dog money on BYU. I agree with that. I think 6.5 is the number, maybe even 6. I give BYU all the chances despite not doing anything. Like I said, that end of the half was about as good of a sequence as they could have hoped for. Gosh, Arkansas State's just throwing up balls into triple coverage. I know that's the last game in the first half. They're trying to make something happen, but not having much success. Colorado, West Virginia, 19-9. West Virginia leads. They get the ball first. 3.5 point favorite. There is a 4 out there. I like the favorite some. Total 24, 24 over 15. That seems a little on the low side as well. Arkansas State gets a first down out to the 39. 12 seconds left. They only have one timeout. They'll spike it with 9 seconds left. That took way too long. Jimmy Madison, Marshall, 21-12 at the half. Jimmy Madison laying 7.5. That seems really high. Marshall at home and the way that they're fighting, they're in it. I thought 6.5 would be the most, maybe even 6. Jimmy Madison gets the ball first is the only reason why it's that high. 26.5 the total. I have no problem with that. 27 is probably a better number. Georgia, SMU Boston College, 17-6 SMU. BC did defer. SMU going to be laying 3.5, maybe 4 total, around 24.5. No opinion. Georgia 24, Mississippi State 7, Bulldogs 7, 27.5. I don't, no thoughts there. Lots of respect for Georgia. I thought this was a terrible spot. The game started out right how I thought it would. Since then, Georgia's just completely overwhelmed them. And I'm much more impressed with Georgia's defense after the first drive, not giving up nothing. Arkansas State, 3 turnovers in the first half. It's not going to give you much of a chance to succeed. Rayner, 21 of 27 for 183 with 2 interceptions. Anything that he throws downfield is either, long passes are either incomplete or picked. We do have a first down with 5 seconds left to the 41. And they call timeout before they try to snap it. 4 seconds left. I don't know if the 41's close enough or not to be able to kick a field goal here. What happened here? Another turnover? That's 2 interceptions they threw inside the 5-yard line. Christ almighty. They're going to give me a replay. That's the last play before these halves. Pretty much anywhere. Go over the numbers one more time. The rest of the second half stuff. Rayner's pass was intercepted at the 2-yard line. So he ended up throwing 3 picks in the first half. There were a lot of drives. Fumble, touchdown, punt, 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 INT, punt, INT, INT. 17-7, Southern Miss has the lead at the break. Their last 3 drives were punt, punt, INT. So, I don't know. We'll see. 321 to 214. Southern Miss clearly been the better team so far. The turnovers will have to stop at some point. The total of the second half, I think, will fly over that number. I don't think the weather is the issue. 4 total takeaways for Southern Miss in the first half. If that stops, I think that the other guys can get back in this thing still. We shall see. One more rundown of the halves. They're all in as of right now. To clear the mechanism here, all the games that started at noon or in that 12:15 window, they're halftime. Ohio State's got a touchdown at the 14-16 mark of the second quarter. They lead 7-3 after the point. BG Eastern Michigan 10-7 at the end of the first quarter. Eastern Michigan leads at the factory. Liberty 7-0 over Missouri State, 11 minutes to go before the break. Other games are all at half. Temple 10-7 at Army. Army 4.5. 21.5 the total. Jimmy Madison and Marshall 21-12, 129 and 130 the rotation there. James Madison laying 7.5 at the break, 26.5 the total. I think that line's too high. I like Marshall. Colorado, West Virginia. West Virginia up 19-9. Colorado 3.5 and 24 over 15. A lean to West Virginia, a lean to over. Don't like enough either one to wildly support. SMU at Boston College at 17-6. SMU leads that one at the break. BC gets the ball first. 3.5, 24.5 there. Nothing to it. IU 17-7 at Penn State. Indiana 5.5 and 6 in the second half. 23, 23.5 the total. A lean to favorite and over on this end. 155 and 56 is Georgia at Mississippi State. Georgia 24-7 in Starkville. They're laying 6.5, total 27.5, 27 under, sorry, 27 under total. There is some under movement in that halftime. Texas Tech, BYU 13-0 Red Raiders at home. In Lubbock laying 7 in the second half. I like BYU +7. There is some dog money offshore, mostly in town, it's still 7s. 23, 23.5 the total, no opinion. Southern Miss over Arkansas State, 17-7 at the break. I'm waiting for more of a market to develop. Anything less than 27 is definitely an over bet, and I do lean Arkansas State as well. Not in super big hurry to pull the trigger, however. And that will do it. The other game that's going on, it's on the extra games board, but not the main board. Ole Miss laying 51, 51.5, 52, 50.5, whatever, anything in that ballpark against the Citadel today. Mississippi up 21-0 early in the second quarter there. So that'll get you up to speed on everything that's happening at this point. And yeah, like I said, with that, I'm going to take a break. We'll return before the 3:30 Eastern games kick, certainly with some thoughts. We'll go over everything that's happened from this point until then. It's 1:50 Eastern now. I'm going to throw up the scores and odds for you, and throw myself on mute. If you need anything, put it in the chat. I'll be responding certainly sometime in a little while. I'm going to eat and get ready to pull up the box score information for the next sets of games. The only thing that's about to go, 2 o'clock, UAB at Rice. Game 159 and 160 on ESPN Plus. Game open Rice 3 and 52.5. It's now pick'em, and a couple places even have UAB the favorite. So that's a swing from the start. Total 51, 51.5. The other game at 2:30, Maryland plays Rutgers, 149 and 150. That's on FS1. Rutgers open 2 and 56.5. Game is still 2 and 57. I like Rutgers a little bit myself. So does Paul Stone. We'll see if Rutgers can get there for us. And then everything else starts at 3 o'clock Eastern or later. There are a barrage of games on ESPN Plus that start at 3. I don't even know if any of those games are on the regular TV. Charlotte, East Carolina, Tulsa, Florida Atlantic, Louisiana Tech, Delaware, Florida International, Middle Tennessee State, and Jacksonville State, UTEP, all at 3 o'clock Eastern time. I will be back certainly before then to give you a line update on those games and if there's been anything movement-wise that you know about. They're underway in West Point, 10-7 Temple over Army. Army ball starting the second half. And that's the first one to go out. Everything else is at the break or in the second quarter. And with that, like I say, I'll check you guys out here in a little bit. Back sometime within the next hour. It'll be a little bit less than that. As you can see, I am here. Um, it's funny. I'm looking at the schedule, and it's Alabama went to St. John's earlier and won. I think that was an FS1 interception right when they got the ball back. So Penn State leads Indiana. Um, um, I'll try to refresh it, see if that does anything. You can see, obviously, on the screen that I had up there for you, there wasn't any updates lately. That when something turns to the black, obviously, I'd gotten back to you, so we'll see. That's been a recurring problem this year for Odds Logic, and I do like Odds Logic, but they just haven't. That's been an issue that hasn't been. Do like Odds Logic, but they just haven't. That's been an issue that hasn't been resolved. Yeah. Okay. So it seems to be working now. At the 3 yard line, down to the 1, it was determined that his slide was at. I was joking with the buddy that nobody in the country is better at that. It's maybe 10 minutes, and that's that. Other games: James Madison and Marshall 28-23. Marshall's in it with the ball and a chance. Southern Miss Arkansas State, again, that game's it's pinging all over the place. Southern Miss up 6. The line was as low as 4 and as high as 7. First and goal, Southern Miss. There's a missed tackle. It'll be second and goal at the 5. 10 minutes to go in that game. The 3 o'clock kicks are all about starting or going to start very soon here, Eastern time. Penn State, like I said, the 2 touchdowns against IU. This is the latest IU's trail in the game all year. First adversity they faced, really. Iowa, I guess, counts to an extent. Colorado, West Virginia, 22-19, late. 5 minutes to go. Colorado hanging in there. Their defense has kept them close, but it's 3rd and 3 here for West Virginia at the 6. Indiana, first down out to the 38. They'll move the sticks. First down, West Virginia, and goal at the 4. Gain of about 4. Just making enough plays, if not every play. The 3.5.5 close 28-57. Tulsa, Florida Atlantic, open Florida Atlantic 5, 64.5, close 4 and 61. Means that it closes Middle Tennessee State 1.5. Against the team that's fighting to stay bowl eligible, UTEP, Jacksonville State, about 3.5. So, we'll see what happens there. IU Mendoza takes a sack. It's 3rd and 11 at their own 37. 4:35 to go. They do have both teams have all their timeouts left, but they're taking a lot of time here. They're not going to get this off. They didn't get it off. The delay, I think, is more important than the timeout. So, yeah, I'm okay with that. The timeout's far more important. 3rd and 16, if not, punt it away and get it back. But faulty execution there for sure. After the sack, they had plenty of time to get what they wanted, and they were dilly-dallying around. This is a team that hasn't had the prosperity or been there before in these spots. It can happen. See, he's pretty furious. Never happy. But this would be a game where if they lose it, the first time that he's been the coach where they've had the better team and they haven't won. 4-man rush. Fires it over the middle, incomplete, and they're going to have to punt it. Fires it over the middle, incomplete, and they're going to have to punt it. 4 minutes exactly to go. 4 minutes exactly to go. I can't believe some of these people on Twitter, and one of them is a good friend of mine. So I won't quote the exact tweet. He basically said that Indiana's playing afraid. Said the coach and the quarterback just no clue how to handle the situation, which I could obviously not agree with more. I mean, I couldn't disagree with that more. I mean, no matter what's happened here, Penn State still has guys that are on this team that, remember, the line this game this summer, the Westgate, let's get some context and some clarity here. Penn State, you could have taken Indiana plus 16 this summer in this game. Today you had to lay 15, 13 and a half, whatever. It's not like all their guys are out of play. Penn State 2nd and 3. Great start to the drive out past the 34. They give it to Allen. He gets it. He gets maybe one, maybe two. Clock up to 3:01. IU calls the first of their 3 timeouts. But Penn State ahead of the down and distance, in great shape here to extend the drive with the first down. And at that point, they'll only need one more to win the game. Southern Miss did score, and it's 27-14. They lead Arkansas State. Muy malo for me. 9:15 left there. Raynard let them down for a touchdown, and the last thing they could do is let them go back and score, and they did. West Virginia now leads Colorado 29-19, and they're ahead of the number now. 4:12 to go. Colorado ball at their own 26 now. Loser of that game will drop to 3-7 and not be eligible for a bowl. Winner to 4-6. Marshall 4.5 to go, down by 5. They are in James Madison territory, trying to pull the shocker there. The spot for Penn State's a little bit short, 3rd and 2. They sprint to the line. Lots of gesticulations and gyrations. No snap. Gun, pistol, 2 men to the left. Big line. They pound it. He gets the first down. Allen for about 4 up the middle. They just put their men on IU's men and said, we're going to put a hat on a hat and be bigger than you. And they did it, and it worked. The next snap will have to be taken at the 2:14 mark, give or take, on first down. IU has 2 first downs left. It's getting late for Indiana. Another big formation pistol again with an offset back to the right. Give us to the tailback. Bangs his way for 1. And timeout Indiana at the 2:14 mark, 2nd and 10. They do have 1 left. Becomes dicey when you get this part of the 2-minute warning, whether you try to call your last timeout after the next play or whether the other team's going to try to throw the ball. Down and distance probably matters. Some coaches handle this differently than others. So fascinating situation coming here about how they want to handle this. Both teams, really. I suppose I can put the camera back on. I'll be here around with you guys for a bit here. I am going to go back to mute for a second shortly because I do need to take a little bit of time to pull up the box scores for the next set of games, and I have not done that yet. It's not a long sequence of events. I just need to focus for a couple minutes. Here we go. Penn State at 39, up by 4, 2:14 left. Same formation with the pistol offset back. Give us to the back. They stopped him. They surely aren't going to let him do anything to stop the clock before the 2-minute warning. 2:09 left. IU does call that timeout. That was the key. To get the timeout called at like 2:05 or 2:04, Penn State could throw the ball and run it down to the 2-minute warning if it was incomplete. Now they can't do that. I don't know. You could argue that they could still throw it here, and even if it's incomplete, by the time the punt's over with, the 2-minute warning will be all over. He does stay in bounds, and that will run it through the 2-minute warning. Penn State will punt it. 2 minutes left from their own 43. A lot of fascinating finishes in these games that started at noon. Army and Temple went final, I don't know, 20 minutes ago, and now it's really surprising that some of these games are even taking this long. Like, why is BYU Texas taking this long? I mean, in theory, Texas Tech, sorry, they could run this thing out. Jacksonville State does take the lead at Texas El Paso 7-0. Florida Atlantic 3-0 over Tulsa. 3 minutes in. No scoring anywhere else. SMU leads Boston College 45-13. The Eagles have completely let go of the rope at this point after holding on for a good part of at least the first half and into the third quarter. It's gotten away here the last few drives. Colorado trying to get in the back door. 2-minute warning. 2nd and 19 at the West Virginia 34. Play fake and completion down to the 26th. 1:53 to go out of bounds. East Carolina's in against UNC Charlotte. They lead 7-0. 10:03 to go in the first. 12 plays, 65 yards, 4:53 off the clock. London Montgomery runs it in. ECU 5-3, and I believe they're technically still alive to win the American Conference. Obviously, if they do that, that will throw a serious wrench into who's going to go to the playoffs. As the de facto winner of that league is supposed to go. But again, James Madison's trying to stay in there with the chance to get there. We'll see if they do. Oh, wow, they just scored a touchdown. What happened here? Wayne Knight runs it in, and James Madison with 2:18 to go. After Marshall had the ball in scoring position. And now it's a 12-point game. Jimmy Madison is almost to the number. So they're going to go to 8-1 with the win, and they'll put themselves in prime position. They become huge East Carolina fans at this point. Anybody else that could knock out any of the teams from the American above them out, because I don't think any of the Mountain West teams are a threat to an 11-1 James Madison that wins the Sun Belt title. Okay. I did think this was a tough spot for James Madison. I thought Marshall would give them what they had, and they have. They just haven't been good enough to win it. They're going to get the money unless something happens here really weird in the last couple minutes. Penn State false starts before the punt. They'll have to go back 5 before they do punt it. Where did this punt go? In the touchback. Okay, so 151 left. IU gets it at the 25. 63-yard punt. Oh yeah, I'm fake news on punts that are touchbacks at the 20. They got to get a touchdown. Trips left. Mendoza out of the gun. Back. Got him. Sacked. This is the first time IU's offensive line's had trouble all year, especially against a team that's not blitzing. Extremely costly. That's second and forever. And the clock continues to move. That took 21 seconds. Fires it on the seam. It's complete. First down to the 35 IU. 125. The clock will stop. Cooper makes the catch. The chains will move. IU again out of timeouts. They're going to spike it. 122 left at the 35. Be fascinating to see if the Penn State pass rushers get caught on the field and they start to get tired. Penn State has all three of their timeouts left. 122 left. They're only going to rush. Yeah, they're rushing 4 again. This time he has plenty of time. Throws it complete out of bounds at the 47. First down IU. 117 left. Mendoza throws a. Oh, he got a man open, but he had him beat, but he overshot him. Incomplete. Maybe he had to throw it a second or so before he wanted to. That's not his best effort. That Cooper was open. He had him beat. .113 left. Again, a 4-man rush. Plenty of time. Fires it over the middle. Complete. Down to the 23. 107 to go. Oh, Penn State's going to have to call timeout. They're trying to change guys. There's no chance. .107 left. So Penn State's going to be allowed to sub first. Yeah, IU made the sub, but you can't. Yeah, he's arguing there should be a runoff. You can't do that. I mean, the ref has to stop the play. He didn't do that. We got a proposal in this Mississippi State and Georgia game. Would have been a much better day to do that if they were actually going to have a chance to win. Everybody seems happy. Here's a catch. Is that a catch? Yeah, Becker. He's been their man all day. 48 seconds left. IU's going to have first and goal. And now the clock's no longer a factor. Yeah, that's a catch. His left foot was down. 4 seconds left. I'm sorry, 48 seconds left. First and goal at the Penn State 7. I am ahead of you guys on this feed because this is on Big Fox. So if I'm spoiling for you, first of all, I apologize. Secondly, I don't because I don't get to call these games like this too often. Far too often, it's Wow, Surratt just hit him right in the middle of him getting the water. Mendoza's throw on the last drive, and then one of his throws earlier in this drive, the one throw that he overshot Cooper were bad. But some of these other throws are the reason why he's going to be one of the first quarterbacks drafted. He can do things, and he has physical skills that nobody else or not many others have. .48 seconds, first and goal. Penn appears to have called one of their timeouts. So now it's first and goal. IU at the Penn State 7. Clock's not really a factor. I mean, I can't see any world that Indiana doesn't able to get off 4 plays in 48 seconds. Just a matter of whether Penn State wants to conserve the timeouts or not. Trips right for IU. Empty backfield now. Back is out, spread to the left. Penn State's got 6 in the box now. Here comes a little bit of a rush. Fires it. It's deflected, incomplete. Throw was a slant to Becker. If he catches it, he walks in. 45 seconds left. Penn State making some subs. They're off sides. It's a free play. It's a free play that's a touchdown, but no. They got this timeout just before the snap. You'd want to keep that ideally, but he was an absolute free play. Yeah, you can't sub when Indiana doesn't sub. That's a bad job by the coaches. Second and goal to 45 seconds at the 7. Penn State down to 1 timeout left. Second and goal. Here's the snap. Fires, he's hit when he throws. It's incomplete. Almost picked off. Penn State had a couple of guys there. They let him up. 41 seconds left, third and goal. Yeah, they sent everybody this time. 7 or 8 guys. I mean, 7 guys at least came that time. So they saw what happened earlier in the drive when he carved them up, and then on the play that they subbed some guys out, they didn't blitz, and he threw a touchdown. So, yeah, now it becomes, do you do that again? You got 2 more plays, you got to stop them. Colorado did score. Looks like an onside kick, but West Virginia got it. They're going to win that game. 29-22 with 1:15 left. Mendoza back. Here comes the blitz again. Fires. It says touchdown to Cooper. I don't know if he got his foot in or not. They're going to have to replay it. As things stand, Indiana has taken the lead. 36 seconds left. Mendoza hung in there and threw it. If he caught that inbounds, that's a great play. I thought for sure he got hit and knocked out of bounds. Let's see. I don't think so. I think his right toe hit out of bounds first, but I can't see from that angle. The back judge has called it a touchdown on the field. Here we go. This will show us better. Maybe not. Oh my God, it's a touchdown. He got both of them down. That is incredible. With both feet down. That's not even 1 foot down. That's both feet down. Omar Cooper Jr. with absolutely the catch of the year, given the context of how it happened. and what needed to happen for IU to win this game. That's a touchdown in the NFL, not college. In the NFL, it's a touchdown. This defensive back for Penn State made a great play, and it wasn't good enough. Mendoza's pass and then the catch was great. He held on to it. That's a touchdown, and it's going to be 26-24 IU. 36 seconds left, point pending. Hoosiers are trying to hang on to win this thing. And Twitter's going nuts, as you would predict they would. Wow, that's a great play. Gosh, that's a great play. That's a great point by Joel Klatt. He said that's a half of a throwaway there. It's either going to be my guy or no one, and we'll try again. He did. He threw that. Yeah, I can't believe that. That is an incredible play. No argument. I mean, that's what it was. Just a really incredible. Yeah, everything about that. I mean, that's just a balls on the table, make a play, and go win the game. Now the Nittany Lions have one timeout and 36 seconds left. Arkansas State did score to cut it to 27-21 against Southern Miss. First down, Southern Miss. That'll move the sticks. Arkansas State had to call timeout. Looks like this game's going to fall 6. Extra point is good. IU 27-24. 36 seconds left. Ten plays, 80 yards, 75 seconds. Omar Cooper's catch for the touchdown, as good as you will ever see, given the context and the circumstances. Yeah, that's he gets credit too. The back judge, he called it. He was on top of the play. I thought he was almost too close to it. Dion and Rich Rod shake hands. That game is final in Morgantown. West Virginia wins and covers 29-22. I don't know if there were any Colorado +7s at any point in this game. I don't think there were. I know a lot of sixes and 6.5s. Big Fox, Indiana, Penn State, get there now if you're not. 35 seconds left. Nittany's take over at their own 36. They need about 30 yards to get into field goal range. Catch on first down, gain of 5, out of bounds, 29 seconds left. This reminds me, I can make a couple of TV changes here. I know I'm sick. FS1. Big Ten, I've got the CW's got a game coming. CBS College, ESPN, SEC. Oh, and I got another one that needs fixed. Hang on. Oh yeah, the CW. Yeah, I'll have to go back for the ACC. Incomplete pass. Signetti wants grounding. Not going to call it. Grunkemeier's pass is complete on a slant over the middle. First down, Penn State to the 46, 47. 20 seconds, clock will stop. Penn State does have a timeout left. Did they call it? They called their timeout. That surprises me with this clock moving for the, spiking it or doing something besides wasting that timeout on a first down. It's worth way more than that. Here we go. Gun, Penn State. 2 to the left, 1 to the right, tight end to the right, back to the offset to the left of the quarterback. There is a flag. Maybe offsides against Indiana. Pass was caught but out of bounds. The right defensive end for Indiana jumped a little early. 15 seconds left. Tack on 5 yards. They get the down back. Yep. Didn't get back. First and 5. 15 seconds. No timeouts either way. Penn State has it into IU territory now at the 47. Yeah, they need probably about 10 more yards. Maybe 12. Drops back. Here comes a blitz. Fires. Got a man open. Incomplete. Wasn't a good pass, and the safety got over there. He saw deer in headlights. 5 for Penn State. Saw the safety for IU coming. He wanted no part of that collision. 2-minute warning. 3rd and 5 for Southern Miss. A first down here will seal it away. Draw. Arkansas State got him. They're going to force a punt for Southern Miss. All you can ask. Let's go out and win the thing now. Maryland is going to have oh no, he fumbled. Did it stay in bounds? I don't know. First down, Maryland at the 4, I think. We'll get back to that. Penn State. Grunkemeyer fires to the back. It's a lateral backwards. So 5 seconds left, and they go backwards now. 3 yards. It's going to be 3rd and about 8. And now the clock becomes an issue. They could, in theory, still run something out for a few yards. They're not going to wind the clock. It's a backwards lateral, but it's out of bounds. It's not incomplete. It's a backwards lateral. So back at the IU, or at their own 49, 3rd and 8. He's going to roll. He's going to chuck. Gets it to the end zone. Nope. Knocked down at the 5, and Indiana's going to win this game 27-24. They do not get the money, but more importantly, more incredibly, they faced adversity really for the first time all year in terms of having to rally late, and they did so. Penn State falls to 3-6 with the loss. IU to 10-0 with the win. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people knew that this interim coach for Penn State was a high school coach in Pittsburgh, and Signetti was a coach at Indiana University, Pennsylvania, and was recruiting down that way. I love this guy. That's about the first time I've seen him show emotion all year, really. Yeah, he almost was crying. This was like a homecoming for him. I think that's where he's from to begin with. Good job by Jenny to grab the quarterback and the receiver, too. A lot of the 3:30 games are either starting or about to start. I'm going to go over with you the numbers if you want to write those down and keep an eye on them. I'll have to do a better job going forward of making sure that I keep you posted on that stuff during and the lead up to what's going on for the people that are wanting to try to bet it beforehand rather than just watch the SWEATBOX to get involved live or at halftime. So I've run out of weeks. I've had enough practice at this. I should be doing better by now. Apologies. Let's look and see what's happened. Let's get a peek at what's going on here in this subset of games. Jimmy Madison has beaten Marshall 35-23. Kansas, Arizona underway in the desert, 4th and 1. The Wildcats are going to punt on their first drive. It's 4th and like a half yard. Against Kansas's defense, I don't get it. Arkansas State trying to find a way to steal things against Southern Miss here. 27-21, 21 seconds left, and I have no clue where they're out on the field. And I'm not going to cheat and look at the box either. Just going to sweat it right here. I was ahead of you guys on the IU game, and now I'm behind, and that's okay. Maryland did kick a field goal against Rutgers. They're up 10-7, 6 minutes to go in the first. Is there a bug in here? A fly? Jesus. Mosquito? This is a tough beat. Got the door closed. Okay, Arkansas State is at the 36. They do need a touchdown. Field goal does them no good. Plenty of time. Fires. I think it's caught. I think. No, he didn't catch it. Damn it. He was open. It's stupid. The sun angle in that game with the shadows and shit, I can't see anything. Hit him in the hands, and then he dropped, and then it was almost intercepted. "13 seconds left. Hang tight. Be patient with me here. Caught. First down at the 13 to 12, 7 seconds left. They gave them all the time they wanted to. At the 9. Great spot. No, they're backing up to the 13. 7 seconds. 5, 4. Jesus, who's the clock keeper up in Jonesboro? That could have been like a 1 second runoff instead of 3. Come on, refs. Come on, clock. On the road, I understand. Could not have been more open, but they're kind of giving up the middle of the field. So now you're going to have one crack at the end zone to try to win this thing. Maybe two if it happens quickly. I would have liked that second back or two. 6 seconds gives you a chance. 5 maybe. 4 it becomes real tough. I mean, you almost go back shoulder throw. It's okay that he did give him a second. 5 seconds left. I go back shoulder throw immediately, a dart right now. And if it's incomplete, you hope that there's a second left. Here we go. Rayner back in the gun. Motion left from the tight end. 4-man rush. This will be it, barring a penalty. Floats it, and it's intercepted. How could it not be an interception? That ends the game. And Southern Miss is going to get out of here with a 6-point win. It falls right on the number. Rayner 37 of 48, 331, 2 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Arkansas, sorry, that's 5 interceptions because Flowers threw 1 also. They also fumbled the ball. Never were stopped on downs. 6 punts. In the end, 21 points. And 6 turnovers did them in. -3 against Southern Miss, who had 2 picks and downs. Damn it. All right, that's that. Southern Miss goes to 7-2. Arkansas State to 5-5 with the loss. Southern Miss undefeated, still in the league. Arkansas State 4-2. I think he had a little more time to step into that. Once you made the commitment not to try to throw a back shoulder quickly, then you had all the time you wanted to. You know, they didn't send enough people to affect the pass. That'll end it for the early slate. We are off the schneid. That was a dramatic finish in a couple of those games. More so than a couple of other ones, I suppose. Okay. Let's take a breath and let's catch you up on everything that's happening. I'm going to stay in rotation order to try to help you out, help myself out too. Charlotte, East Carolina, 13-0 ECU. That one is, oh, actually it's fake news. I'm looking at the box now. 21-0 ECU late in the first quarter. Yardage in that game is 112-0. Looks like once again the scoreboard has abandoned me from the updates, so I'm going to have to go back and try to refresh it again and see if that'll pick it up. Hang tight. And I'll see if I can get it to progress properly. Iowa State is at TCU, 5-4 at 6-2. TCU would probably have to win out, get to 11-2, and hope for help. To make the playoffs. Okay, yeah, here we go. We're up to speed here on these scores. Tulsa, Florida Atlantic, 10-0 into the first quarter. FAU leads at home. Army has beaten Temple 14-13. Jimmy Madison, that's not a cover, a win and no cover for Army. Jimmy Madison 35-23 at Marshall. They win and do not cover, and the game does go over the total in Huntington. Georgia State, Coastal Carolina. That one's on ESPN Plus, and that will be starting in about 20 minutes. Coastal 132 opened as a 7-point favorite, 54.5 the total. It's now 7 and 56.5, 57 the total. Some movement there to the over today. Let's see. Colorado, West Virginia. West Virginia wins at 29-22. There were no 7s at the end. Circa did have $7 quarter technically at 52. So that's an under. Everybody else 50.5, 51, 51.5 for the close. It falls 51 from an open of 56-ish, give or take. Under at most prices, and somehow middle if you were really aggressive and tried to make it fall 51 or 52. You got it there. Oddball game all the way around with the safety early and kind of screwing everything up score-wise. SMU beats Boston College 45-13 in Chestnut Hill. SMU was laying 12 and 53.5 at open. They closed 10.5, 55. SMU wins it. It goes over all numbers. I'm not sure that was the correct side, but what does that matter at this point? Syracuse, Miami of Florida underway at the new Orange Bowl. It's not that new. It's a 30-year-old building, but that's where they play now, right? No score 5 minutes into the game. Willis, the quarterback for Syracuse today. What's that game number? 141. I haven't got the kick information in that one yet. I'll have to get to that when we get done. ESPN has the broadcast there. 28, 46.5 the total. It opened 28.5, 29, 46.5 at close. Syracuse ball at their own 33. I believe Miami got it first. Indiana has beaten Penn State 27-24. The game that I told you a little bit about in the last half hour or so. IU did not cover any numbers. The total fell right on the numbers. Opened 49, 47.5 as low as, and got up all the way to 52 at the end. It fell 51. Indiana, dramatic finish. Cooper catches from Mendoza. 35 seconds left on 3rd and goal from the 13, and that would do that. Benjamin Brahmer appears to have scored for Iowa State, and they're in the paint against TCU. 9:18 to go in the first. Iowa State in this game, catching 7.5 at post. Hard to know what you'd get from them given the disappointment of the Iowa State season at this point. That game opened 6.5. It's on Big Fox. 7-0 after the points. I mean, they kick. Ohio State got down goal line, 3rd and goal, 6.5 to go. Sayan's still in there. Big formation, pounded on the eye to the back. He's in, no problem. Ohio State now leads Purdue and is ahead of the number for the first time all day. 33-3, 6:19 left, extra point pending. Ohio State closed 29 in this game. Open 28, 48.5 the total. 34-3. Purdue is ahead, still under the total for the time being. Maryland Rutgers, 14-10 Rutgers, right back down the field and got their points. That's on FS1. Maryland Rutgers, game opened 2 and 56.5 Rutgers. There was some Maryland money, and then it went back towards Rutgers at the end. I made the game higher. So we have a Rutgers position. 14-10, 3:25 to go before the break. 4-5 against 4-4 in that one. Obviously, the winner is taking a great step towards bowl eligibility. The loser in big trouble. 153 and 54, Bowling Green, Eastern Michigan. The Hurons are up 24-14 against BG now. Have taken a big step towards trying to get the money in this game. Bowling Green opened 2:48.5. It flipped all the way to Eastern 3 at the end and 49. So that's where we stand there. Georgia has beaten Mississippi State 41-21. As impressive as a performance I've seen all day. After the early touchdown from Mississippi State, it was not competitive. Georgia rattled off about 38 in a row. Dogs win and cover at the other Dogs in Starkville. Missouri State and Liberty, 4th quarter. Now Liberty has taken a 17-14 lead, 8 minutes to go. Liberty laying 7 and 51.5 at the end. UAB and Rice out of the halftime. 17-14, UAB is winning at Rice. Game close pick or 1 either way. 51, the total, give or take. The Iowa State touchdown, I believe, was good. I don't see the point yet. Not sure if they're reviewing it. 6-0 at TCU on Big Fox. A&M Missouri, no score, just underway. 12:19 to go in the first. That game is on ABC, and that means I got to find somewhere to put it. I will gladly do that now. And then let's see, what else are we looking at here? Oregon, Iowa's underway. That game is on CBS, and I also have to find a place to put that. Oregon, Iowa. Oregon's been playing football games, well, this entire century and not had a total this low. I think it was Evan Abrams that was talking about it yesterday. I mentioned Paul. He went back all the way to 2000 and couldn't find an Oregon game that was less than 41. So today, this game was 45. It got bet down to 40. It was up to 41 at the end. Oregon laying 4 at Iowa. I actually like over, given that Iowa has some semblance of an offense this year, and Oregon could put up points at the snap of a finger if that's the way it needs to happen. So no score, 2 minutes in, Oregon at Iowa. That game's on CBS. Washington, Wisconsin, 175 and 76 is on the Big Ten channel. That'll follow the Ohio State and the Ohio State Purdue game. At Wisconsin, Washington laying 11 on the road, 44. The total, this game opened 12 and 45.5. Hard to know what you're going to get out of Wisconsin. They've gotten the dreaded vote of confidence for their coach again. But I don't know how much more they want to take. 8 for 65 yards, 3:29 off the clock for the Iowa State touchdown drive. 6-0 again. I guess they must have missed the point. Arizona, Kansas, 7-0. Arizona takes the lead. 179, 180 is the rotation number there. ESPN2 is the channel. It opened 5 and 56.5. I made the game cheaper. I probably have a bad number on both teams at this point. Closed 6 and 56, 55.5. Louisiana Tech, Delaware underway in Newark. Delaware just scored to cut the lead to 7-6. 10:58 to go before the half. La Tech closed 6:57. Obviously, I was much more interested in Louisiana Tech at the opening number of 2.5 than I was the closing price. Florida International and Middle Tennessee 7-all. 10:24 to go before the half. Closed Middle Tennessee won after the Florida International quarterback Jenkins was ruled out, I guess, right before post. So see how that plays itself out going forward. I'll look at the box score and advise anything, as that will be the next set of games that goes in. Jacksonville State 10-7 at UTEP has the lead. 11:19 to go in the second. UTEP needs to win to stay bowl eligible. Jacksonville State needs to win to stay alive in the Conference USA race. Line close pick after opening 2 on top. Jacksonville State maybe a 1-point favorite at some places as well. Duke and UConn. The Huskies just got a touchdown pass. That game is on CBS College Sports. 6 minutes into the first quarter. 7-all. Duke opened 9, 63.5, closed 7.5, 63.5, 64. Plenty of pseudo-wise guys and people that I respect are on UConn. And for obvious reasons, the bottom line, the spot's pretty bad for Duke. Right in the middle of their ACC slate, off a couple of wins. UConn has already won 7 or 8 games. They've had a hell of a season. Couple of losses, I think, were both in overtime. And clearly, this will be their toughest game the rest of the year. So you would expect their best effort today. Southern Miss has beaten Arkansas State 27-21. The game I told you about, Rayner with the picks. They were -3 in turnovers at home, lose by 6 in a game that was as low. It opened. Let me get this right. 5 and 62.5 on Southern Miss. It got bet down to 4, 4.5. It got bet all the way up back to 6.5, 7. Closed 6.5, fell 6. Probably a bad game for the books, depending on where you shop and what you do. Really, no excuses to lose at that game. And that is that. Ole Miss leads the Citadel 49-0 late in the fourth. They're laying between 50.5 and 52. Assuming that is the final at the 2-minute warning, that game will stay under the total, and Ole Miss will not cover. But I don't want to assume anything. I don't have a visual. They may bang it right in here. Who knows? And again, that's that for now. There is some college basketball. There is some NBA. There is some hockey. All these things are happening later. I have no visuals on any of them. I've got an eye on the Premier League, the Chelsea Wolves game. Probably shouldn't. There's nothing to it for me, so you guys don't care about that. I should get going off of it. What I will do is take just a brief break. I'm not going to throw the odds prices up here yet. Take care of a couple coin tosses. It is 3:56 now. You've got all the lines and scores for the last 15-20 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and check back in with you here sometime in the next, let's call it 15 minutes to a half hour before the 3 o'clock Eastern games get to the half. I will be right back. Hang tight and feel free to ask any questions in the chat. Otherwise, we'll catch up with you in a few minutes. Looks like Singleton has banged it in for Purdue to cut the deficit from 34 to 34 to 10. Obviously important for many, as that puts the Boilers back in the back door and puts them over the game total over all numbers. That probably will be the last activity of any importance in that game. Ohio State 34, Purdue 10, 145 left in West Lafayette. I'll fire up the camera to prove that I'm here. And I'll also make sure that'll help you if you have any questions. You're not looking at the stupid blue screen, so see me behind the green screen, so be it. But I am going to be working on some coin tosses and double checking some other stuff here as we've gotten past post time of all the 4 o'clock Eastern games. That includes Auburn and Vanderbilt, SEC channel underway in Nashville. Diego Pavia and the Commodores are out there early. Auburn just fired its coach, 4-5 against 7-2 here. Vandy will have to win out to keep its playoff hopes alive, which I don't pay attention to these playoff expectation things. If they win all their games and Tennessee plays good the rest of the year and they play them in the last game and beat them, that'll put them at 10-2. And even not winning the division, I think that they can make the playoffs. But we'll see. No more editorializing. Let's just let the games play out and see what happens. Man, Tim Dwight, what an animal that guy. He was a beast. ABC, CBS. Oregon did the most Iowa thing to Iowa, 2-0 lead. I think this is their first trip ever to Iowa City, at least in the conference. The fact that they're up 2-1 has to make everybody that knows how Iowa's played over the years chuckle a little bit. Rutgers leads Maryland at the half, 21-17. I'll keep you posted on the halftime price there. It went in 1.5 and 57.5. Kalaimanis has 3 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. The yardage in this game, a lot of it's being done on the ground. Each team has a guy. The quarterback for Maryland's the one that's screwing everything up for me and my Rutgers play. He's 9 for 14 for 72 through the air, a touchdown and a pick. He also has a 73-yard carry and 5 for 141. Ray also has a 53-yarder for Maryland as well. So the Terps have ran for 238. But again, Rutgers leads at 21-17. Stay tuned. Nine plays, 59 yards, 4:37 off the clock for A&M. They score to take a 7-0 lead, extra point good, in Columbia against Missouri. 8-0 against 6-2 in this game. Missouri's faint playoff hopes are similar boat to Vanderbilt. They're going to have to win out and hope for a little bit of help. End of the first quarter wave. End of the first quarter, 2-0 Ducks. Earlier this year when Indiana played in Iowa, I think that there was some confusion going to the commercial or not. They didn't for a while. Who was the announcer? That Phil Simms, maybe. He was terrible. He didn't. He wasn't aware of it at all. It's one of the best traditions in college football that's come up in the last decade or two. This time they talked about it, Danielson and Nestler, but ultimately they went to a commercial after about 10 seconds. So maybe they'll show a little bit more when they come back. Obviously, a very cool thing. The kids in the hospital and the people there can see everything happening, at the stadium. So it's pretty nice when the people at the stadium acknowledge that they're all hanging out the window watching what's going on. I don't know who gave the refs the ability to say upheld this year because it's the only answer that they give. It used to be stands or confirmed. Stands means whatever we call in the field, just that's what we have to use. Confirm means no, not only did we call it that way on the field, the video confirmed that our call was correct. By saying upheld, they take that part of the equation out, and I don't like that. It should be up, no interpretation of what, hey, this is how we called it on the field, we can't change that, or hey, you got it right on the field, and we confirm that. I don't know who made the ruling. One of these lefty idiots, most likely, that decided it was, let's be fair to everybody. We don't want to insult the ref that made the call in case he somewhat maybe got it wrong. Just everything becomes upheld or overturned. I think that's ridiculous. And I also think it's ridiculous that the refs don't have to answer their mistakes. We've already seen multiple games this year where the refs have played into who wins and who loses based on their mistakes, let's call. So that's that. Maryland Rutgers at the half in Piscataway. Nothing else of note at the half at this point. That game again started at 2:30. Everything else was later. All these games that go into the half shortly, I will come with you with some thoughts and ideas about the second half stuff that stands out. In the meantime, hang tight. I'll be right back just a few minutes from now. You figure this could go one of two ways for Miami, and it clearly went the wrong way as things stand. Here is a touchdown, a throwback touchdown. Beck runs it in. Nice play, good execution. 2:13 to go before the half, and the Hurricanes are on the board uh, against Syracuse. 5 plays, 90 yards, 308 off the clock. 2:13 left. The scoreboard hasn't updated yet, as you can see. So here's what's happened to Miami since they started 6-0. They lost to Louisville at home. They beat 5-0. They lost to Louisville at home. They beat Stanford at home after being tied 7-7.5 as a 30-point favorite, and then they went to SMU and got beat. So they're 6-2 now, and today again they're a 30-point favorite at home, and they're up now 7-0. Late in the second quarter, by the way. Very similar to how the game played out against Stanford. Now the argument against Miami being 18th in the first playoff rankings is simple, and I understand it, and that's that they did beat Notre Dame. They did beat South Florida. They did beat Florida. I mean, those are wins that were supposed to look a lot better at the start of the year than they do eventually. Florida State on the road, which was again at the time, Florida State had racked up 3 wins to start the season. They lost at Virginia in a clear look-ahead spot to Miami, and then they lost that game too. But yeah, I mean, it was such a good start. Notre Dame, Bethune-Cookman, South Florida, Florida, and then at Florida State. So really they had done nothing wrong through 5 weeks. But then the bye came before Florida State, after Florida State, and then since then it's just been a disaster. The Louisville game where they lose, the Stanford game where they were not even the better team for a half. At SMU they lose, and then now it's Syracuse, NC State, and those are their home games to end the season. Their last 2 games are both on the road. They only left the state of Florida last week for the first time. They had played 1 road game, and they only played 2 in the first 10. Florida State, and against, to an extent, Notre Dame haven't aged that well, because Notre Dame, who they beat, you know what I mean? And if how they're 10th and Miami of Florida's 18th is a joke, to be honest with you. But it's not that Notre Dame is too high. Well, it is. It's a little too low. But combined, there's no way that there's 8 points difference. Anyways, I digress there. I won't say never or always. Those are 2 really bad words. But I try to do the best that I can to not discuss things that are out of our control. All I can do is make numbers on games, and when the games get scheduled, here's what my price is. So obviously going forward, every week when you guys want to ask me about a game or a number or a price or a thought process of what I put into a game and where I stand and why, I'll be glad to answer that. Put it in the chat, and I'll get to it. And like I say, the chat's still not too active at this point. And again, that's okay. I haven't said a lot about it. So that's where things stand here. Underway in Madison, Washington, Wisconsin. No score early. Wisconsin did kick in that game, 176. Game kicked off at 4:45. The next kickoff, Texas State and ULA, top of the hour. Texas State opened a 2.5-point favorite, 58.5. They're actually up to 3 and 3.5 and 63. I like over, but I don't know. I can't be confident in Texas State. I mean, who in the world could want them? I think they've lost 5 straight. Their coach, and Daniels runs for a touchdown. 13-3, they lead Vandy. 10:44 to go before the break. Extra point will make it 14-3. Auburn, 7-point dog on the field, trying to get to their 5th win against Vandy and knock the Commodores out of any playoff realistic hopes. Kansas leads Arizona 17-7. Bad start. 5-14 there. Game closed 20. I think for their sake, stay in there and battle. Maybe they can do it. Maybe steal the money. It looked like they were fighting a dead battle down 28-0, 4 possessions in. Bunch of the other 3 o'clocks are going to go in shortly. Hang with me. The Be Right Back sign's going back up. It's 4:53. Look for me at the top of the hour or slightly thereafter. No more than 10 minutes. We'll catch up. Couple of changes in the last week. The biggest thing, and I'm still here, just wanted to leave the be right back on. Hang on. Let me put you back here. One of the big things that's in play that wasn't in terms of how I try to figure the schedule out the rest of the way is that the time change this week is throwing some things for a loop in terms of when I'm going to, have to, the lighting situation here will change an hour, 20 minutes earlier than it did last week. So it'll seem like it's a lot darker than what it really is. And, psychologically, how those things are. Miami of Florida up 14-0. Syracuse, their first drive into the red zone, I think of the whole game. Arizona scored a touchdown to cut the lead to 17-13. We'll have halftimes though everywhere coming up here very shortly. Oregon leads Iowa 9-7. In my mind, that game on CBS is probably a national championship or a playoff eliminator. Oregon 7-1, Iowa 6-2. But if Iowa were to win this game, I think their two-loss resume would be better than Oregon's. And I think if you're doing the math, you think the SEC gets at least 4 and maybe 5, and the Big Ten probably gets no more than 3, just based on how things are this year. It's very top-heavy between the first two, which might go in 1-2 if they play a close game in Indianapolis, which would be funny, but that's where they stand as we speak, depending on what A&M, Alabama, and Georgia do down south. But I have no qualms with any of that stuff with the first 5 being from those 2 leagues. There'll be 1 from the group of 5. There'll be at least 1 from the ACC and the Big 12. And if there's 2 from either one of those leagues, that shuts the Big 10 down to only 3. And that's, of course, if the SEC gets 5, then that means the Big 10 more than 1. So, because Notre Dame also has to be accounted for there. Unfortunately, I think that if they do go 10-2, even with wins over nothing, they'll get in. Okay, so that'd be the last talk about that. But certainly, if you're trying to figure out what to watch in the second half, if you're wanting something to sweat, I will be with you on that one. I have fast feeds as things stand on ABC and CBS. And obviously, I've got Fox and CW on as well on delays because I only have the 2 antenna feeds. The other 7 are fast. Those are as things stand. I can always call an audible as things stand and or change or the results change. But looking at the way things stand going into the halftime, certainly the games I'll be watching the closest are A&M Missouri and Oregon Iowa, based on the local feeds, and the fact is how important these games are for playoff concerns. Like I say, Oregon Iowa, I think probably in Iowa City with the precipitation coming down, appears to be possibly an eliminator. We're getting really close to the half, so I'm going to throw up the odds screen for just a second, fire up a mute, and then I'm going to go ahead and close the curtains and turn the lights on here as we get to 5:06 Eastern, 2:06 Pacific, which sadly enough constitutes being close enough to dark for me that I don't want to deal with it later. So let's get it out of the way now. As you can see, these games that I'm throwing up there on the screen right now, none of them are at the half. According to the screen, I think that's actually correct. Yeah, I think that the times are actually good now. Kansas, Arizona just went in 17-14 is tied. So the score stopped updating again. I'm going to refresh that, and I'm going to be back in, I would say, 60 seconds, maybe 90 at the most, and then we'll go from there. And go over the halftime prices. The only game that's in right now that's ahead of all the rest of them, East Carolina leads UNC Charlotte 35-14, as you can see at the top of my screen now. Game 121, top game on the board today. East Carolina laying 10 at halftime. That actually seems a little high to me, given the fact that Charlotte has fought their way back into at least a respectable number and have gotten inside the back door. East Carolina has Memphis at home next week, at UTSA, at FAU. They'll have to win out and get a little help. They're not going to make the playoffs, but can still play for their conference championship game, which would be, like I say, it would mean something. Certainly if James Madison were to lose, then you got all kinds of people wondering who's going to get there, who belongs, who don't. So, why not? And Charlotte off the bye, slow start today, but they've been back in it. I think I like Charlotte plus 10 if you can find it flat in the second half. Game 121, you can see Charlotte plus 10. The total 24.5, I think is right. I think 26 is probably better, but they're in the ballpark there. So that's the only halftime that's there right now. I'm going to clear the mechanism again, and I'm going to fire the Be Right Back, and then I'm actually not going to mute myself. You guys will hear me walking around and doing whatever here. Oregon's kicking a field goal before the half in Iowa City. This is a 46-yarder, and the ref has come in and stopped it real quick. There's a timeout by Iowa. That will come now before the kick. So they'll have to, Oregon kicker will reset, and then they'll go from there. Now I'm resetting my odds page, and when I go here, I'll go back to the live screen just a second, and then we'll be reading the odds to you as we go over this stuff at the break. First and goal for A&M inside of a minute before the half there. Hang tight. Be right back. Hey, buddy, let me link you after these half times, all right? I'll be around. Chat if you need something important or whatever. Otherwise, we'll get back to you. All right. All right, Oregon's field goal is good. They lead Iowa 12-7 at the half. Certainly an important development for some, as that does decide the first half money. Oregon goes from not getting it to getting it. And it's only sitting 19 in a game that was 41, the lowest total for Oregon of this entire century. And I got to be honest, as bad as it is and the weather's shitty, there's a really relatively good chance this game could still go over the total. Let me hear what this guy has to say.
Obviously, the turnover hurt us there. They're a really advantageous team to be able to stop them. It's important, but let's keep swinging.
How does this weather impact your game plan in the second half?
Let's fun playing in the rain. Let's play in the rain.
All right, we'll go with that. Thanks, sir.
Appreciate you. Ducks a little water. End of the first half. As the rain continues to fall, the Ducks are on the lead. At halftime, we said it down earlier at the York studio. Look at your halftime report. Yeah, I'm not sure. We dried off and put our clothes back on here. Just coming up on the Daniel halftime report. Hoosier hysteria in Happy Valley, and a Texas statement in Lubbock after this word from your local station.
A 3 for me only at Chili's. Now serves up the all-new.
Didn't really tell me anything I didn't know already, possibly, whatever. Okay. I was about to say, as you can see, these are popping up, but they're not because you guys can't see them. And I'm going to read them to you one by one, going down from the top at the start here, and then we'll go from there. I got to get myself some fan. It's only 81 degrees in here. The one thing I do like Las Vegas, we pay our dues from, you know, early to mid-May until early October, maybe the middle of October. But once we're out of that, you know, we got that good solid 7-month stretch where we're in a good time here weather-wise. The average high right now is 72, and we've been living between 80 and 82 every day for a good solid 2 weeks, and it'll be another 6-7 days of that before we get bumped down into the low 70s. So yeah, loving this. Certainly, even with the lower amount of time that we have in the daytime, the lesser amount of hours, the sun being lower in the sky, temperature not affected here like it is in many of the other states. Obviously, the weather proves that. In Iowa City, it's a dreary rain. There's all kinds of wind in the Missouri A&M game. I'm actually going to give myself some volume there A&M did score again to go up 14-0 in Columbia. It's the Joe Tessitore, Jesse Palmer game this week. ABC. Wisconsin in the red zone against Washington. 1st and 10 at about the 14. Another one of these games where, as bad as Wisconsin's looked all year, I mean, can Washington really lay double digits to them on the road? These teams from that Pac-12 originally, or the Pac-8, wherever the F you want to call it, these teams just don't win going east. And if they do, it's because they're vastly superior. In my mind, the win by USC at Nebraska last week was mostly because Nebraska wasn't very good and the quarterback got injured. Vandy walking around dead, and they're up Auburn walking around dead, and they're up 17-3 at Vandy. Shocking, somewhat developments, but really, if you can just think that Hugh Freeze was very unwanted at his job at the end, then there's a good chance you were going to get an A effort from Auburn today. So this Sanford jarred the ball loose from Zollers, who's making his first start today for Missouri, as he's about to throw it, and that was just a deflection, and Brooks took it in stride, took it down to the Missouri 2, and it's 14-0 A&M, as this game was probably supposed to go to halftime 7-all. 44-yard field goal for Maryland at Rutgers early in the fourth quarter there. That's an FS1 game with an oddball start time because of the basketball schedule earlier. The kick is good. Rutgers 28-20 over Maryland early in the fourth. All right, I've pussyfooted around here long enough for the time being. Let's go ahead and get to some of these halftimes. Tulsa, Florida Atlantic into the third quarter, 31-6. FAU having their way there. The other 3 o'clock games are also all gone. 9-7 Delaware over La Tech early in the third. Florida Internacional leads Middle Tennessee 27-17. The quarterback change has not slowed things down there for FIU. UTEP has sliced Jacksonville State's lead to 20-19, 6:34 to go in the third. That game was very close to a pick-em when it was all said and done, so you're not getting too much of a shock in those games. Now, let's go back to what else is going on here. As we got the 330s that are starting to go into the locker room, or a lot of them are already in there. So let's go over those numbers right quick. First of all, 131-132, Georgia State, Coastal Carolina. Coastal jumped all over them early. Georgia State's worked their way back into this game. Coastal Carolina, much improved team since the start of the season. I think another win gets them to bowl eligibility. They might already be there. Georgia State at 1-7. Looked like they had quit before the game, and now they're right in it. So who knows? I made it a little bit higher. The game 754.5. That's close 57. The total looks like it's a dead nut over. 20-14 Coastal in Conway, South Carolina against Georgia State. 5:25 to go, second quarter. Stanford and North Carolina 3-0 at the end of one. Tar Heels laying 7.5, 8. Total 41.5 and 42. Tough to give 2 possessions or more to Stanford, given how hard they've been playing and everything they've done well. You have to think they're going to give themselves a chance to get there. And if they can't win it, then they're going to give themselves a chance to cover. And if they can't do that, they're going to give themselves a chance to backdoor it. There's just all kinds of swings of the bat that Stanford can take. North Carolina's talent doesn't necessarily allow them to run them off the field. Miami, Syracuse at the break. Hurricanes up 14-0. Syracuse got nothing on that last drive into the red zone. I actually want to see what happened there because I was trying to pay attention to that. Bear with me, this is important as we look at a possible halftime. Beck got the touchdown catch on the first one, and then pick 6 to put them up 14-0. And then Syracuse fumbled it inside the Miami red zone with 7 seconds left. So that'll do it for that. 14-0 Canes. Yardage is only 165 to 131. Syracuse actually has run 36 plays to 30 for Miami. The yardage of plays, neither one of them are blowing the world up, 3.6 to 5.5. The 2 turnovers by Syracuse on back-to-back possessions at the end of the half makes the score what it is. Canes laying 13 in the second half, 20 and a half the total. I don't know. You know, it's hard to make an argument for Syracuse at this point. The season's long gone. 3-6, need a win today as a 29-point dog to make it, to keep the bowl hopes alive. It is what it is. Canes will try to do what they need to try to tack on some points here, make this thing look good to move up in the standings. So there'll be no let up, and if they can cover, they probably will. Looks like Vandy has knocked it in, and they've cut Auburn's lead to 17 to 9, point pending, 1:15 to go before the half in Nashville. Point is good. 17-10, Auburn's lead is cut in half off Vandy's first touchdown of the day. Sherrill from Pavia. Oh, big play. Got behind the coverage, and that was the first play. And there was another one. Also to Sherrill. So that was that drive. Go find number 0 and throw in the ball. What's been the difficulty in that all day? All right, we'll get back to that one as we get closer to the break. Let's see. UAB Rice is late. 24-17. Rice leads inside the last minute. A&M Missouri 14 zap at the break. I'm seeing A&M laying 3.5. I can't disagree with it. The Missouri quarterback, I don't think he can get it done. I actually like the kid that got injured in the first game somewhat. And then the other kid was the one that got all the clock, the one that transferred from Penn State until he got a season-ending injury. A little unfortunate. Missouri, I thought, played above their talent level for most of the year. And now, without a competent quarterback, having lost their top 2, they're going to end up playing in the Citrus Bowl or something, and they probably deserve better than that. See Maryland Rutgers in the third. I told you about that already. Auburn Vandy, the score hasn't updated itself yet. Keep you posted when that goes in. Oregon 12-7 over Iowa at the break. Oregon laying 3, the total 19. 18.5s are out there. I like over anything less than 19 flat. I actually like it pretty good. I think rain's not bad for over. I think that the wind isn't a factor here. I think that the offenses can't play much worse, and they still got the 19 there. Now you're talking about just getting to 38. I think that's an easy play. Amapola has over 18 minus 113. That would be like an insta big bet. And 18.5 is an okay number as well. There's just so many ways for it to get there and so few for it to stay under. All it takes is one big defensive play, and you've got it. So that's that. Washington, Wisconsin late in the first. I guess Wisconsin didn't score in the red zone the last time. I have no clue what happened. They've run the ball 10 straight times. So my gut tells me they were stopped on downs, but I'm going to look it up just because I got a second here and I want to know. Drives. Yeah, downs. There you go. So let's see what they do here. We've reached the end of the first quarter. It's 3rd and 3 at the Washington 36. So yeah, that's that. I mean, 3rd and 2. Yeah. Bottom line is they were able to run the clock out here. They had a chance to run the play or snap it. Washington in the base. Now they added the 5th guy up front. Wisconsin sent the tight end in motion. No, they ran the play. Oh, and they got a yard. Okay. So it's 2-yard gain. So it's going to be 4th and 1 as the second quarter starts. Yardage 88 to 43 in favor of the Badgers. It's a weird game with the logos. You got W against W. One's a purple block and the other one's a curved red one. Let's see what else stands up there. Kansas and Arizona 17-14. Jayhawks at the break. Arizona laying 2. 27.5 the total. I would take Kansas at +2 or better. College football can't end in a tie, and I think Kansas will win the game. Has been the better team. Duke and UConn. That's on CBS College Sports. 20-14 UConn ahead at the half. Duke laying 6. No argument with it. I mean, I think the line's probably 4.5 is a better number, which is what Bet Online has, 31 the total. But I can't argue with 6. 191 Duke does get the ball first, and they were a decent favorite in the game. But they, there's nothing here says they have to win this game. UConn's had 2 touchdowns, 2 field goals, and a missed field goal and a couple of punts, and then the clock ran out. Duke had 2 touchdowns their first 4 trips, 2 picks, and two punts as well. Mensa 10 for 15, only 89 yards, and the 2 interceptions. In fact, not only for UConn, 16 of 26 for 158, 2 touchdowns as well. UConn's been the better team. Doesn't have to stay that way, but we'll see. Rice up 7, punting it to UAB. 50 seconds left the Blazers have. Down by 7. Let's make sure I've gotten everything up to speed here. Miami of Florida 13, 20.5 against Syracuse. Total getting bet up. There's some 21 out there now. In Miami Gardens, 14-0 Canes. Iowa State TCU. TCU laying 6. There is some 6 minus a bunch of money. Also some 6.5 dog money there. 27 over, 27.5 the number. I actually like under, but the overtime being in play here makes me not so enthusiastic. And these games could quickly turn on a dime. Quick start by Iowa State. Nothing's happened since. For them, who knows? A&M 14 zap over Missouri. 163 and 64. Missouri gets the ball first. A&M laying 3. 3.5 dog money, 21. Again, lean dog. Nothing else to it. Oregon, Iowa 3 lay money on top, 19 over. Anything is better than, there's 18 over, 16 in Amapola. That's still bettable all the way up to 18 over. 18.5 flat, 18.5 over, 15 also bettable, which also exists. The 19s make it dicey. If it was 19 under 15, I would say go ahead and go over that, minus 0.5. But in the meanwhile, you could find better, use as many outs as you can to do better. And that's that. We've got all the halftimes covered at this point. Let's see if there's anything about to go in here besides. It looks like Vandy and Auburn, 25 seconds. I'll stick with you for that. And Georgia State, Coastal Carolina, maybe. And from there, it just becomes a little bit of a break until we get to Washington, Wisconsin half. And that'll be coming shortly at the end of the first quarter. The second quarter's underway. Wisconsin has a first down. Got guys going nuts for reasons I'm not aware of, but I like the enthusiasm. Let the quarterback ran a draw. Got it for fun. Wasn't like it was necessarily close. And that'll be the next one that goes, and after that, the whole onslaught of games that goes after that. If I'm not mistaken, nothing else starts until 7 Eastern on the main board. Let me confirm that. Of course, I made the mistake of clicking on the college basketball tab first. Oops. There are a couple of good college basketball games later, to be fair. Oklahoma Gonzaga playing in Spokane on ESPN2 tonight at 10:30 Eastern is probably the best of that lot. Nothing else stands out really. Everything else good's been earlier, except for Arkansas Michigan State goes in about 90 minutes in Lansing on Big Fox. That's all I got. IUPUI is playing Butler. I actually want to know what's going on with the total in that game. IUPUI with a new coach. They've changed the way that they play. A lot faster pace. Guy was a coach in Division II and did really well down there for a long time. Yeah, I actually needed to look at this. We're to a stretch now where everything's gone. All that window. The Carolina, Stanford, and the Washington, Wisconsin games are going to be the next one to go to half, and I'll be back for both of those. And that will run us up through Air Force San Jose, which kicks off at 6. That's the only game, 6 Eastern on FS1. That'll be after the Maryland and Rutgers game goes final. Rutgers with the ball down by 8. and they're going to have to punt it back to Maryland. 28. Sorry, Maryland with the ball down by 8, and they're going to have to punt it back to Rutgers. 9:41 left. Rutgers hanging on to an 8-point lead in the game between two 4-loss teams. Nice play by the defensive end there, knocks it down. So that's where things stand there. That'll be the FS1 game after is Air Force San Jose State. And the last game on that channel is UNLV and Colorado State later tonight. Nothing else of importance in that window. It's 6, just that one game Eastern, and then Wake Forest, Virginia on ESPN at 7. California, Louisville on ESPN2 at 7. Florida State, Clemson on the ACC channel at 7. And then everything else is at 7:30 or later. Games are on NBC, ABC, SEC, CBS College Sports. And then after that, nothing until 6 on Fox, Nebraska, UCLA at 9 Eastern, sorry. And then the other two games, there's 6:30 at 7 and at 8 Pacific. UNLV, Colorado State, Sam Houston, Oregon State, and San Diego State, Hawaii. Again, easy to track all that. Keep an eye on it later. The busy part, like I said, the day has been this one, and the night schedule will be much closer to the morning schedule in terms of volume of games. It's 3:30, 4 o'clock Eastern window was the bus wreck in terms of when there were the most games. This Butler total against IUPUI opened at 177, got bet to 192, 193. 16-12 at the under 12 timeout in the first, way under so far. Whatever that means, I don't know. I know they didn't make any shots of their night. It still got to 184 or whatever. All right. I can always look at that basketball shit later on. Once I finish the football box scores tonight, 3 in the morning, whatever that is probably when I get a chance. Not before that, most likely. A couple of TVs are locking up on me for the first time today. That's unfortunate. I've had good luck so far. Seems to always want to go against me here every time I feel like that. If there's something good happens, it stops eventually. We'll have halftime now in Nashville. Let's see what that coach has to say. Vandy doubling up here. I'm sorry, Auburn doubling up on Vandy as they kick a field goal to end the half. Let me get the details of that. 47-yarder, 10 plays, 46 yards, 1:15 off the clock. So Auburn's had the ball 4 times. Touchdown, touchdown, field goal, field goal. Hard to ask for anything more from the Tigers here today. Has been a complete effort on offense so far. Quarterback Daniels, 14 of 18 for 177 and 1 score. He's been really good. Pavia, 9 for 10 for 139 for Vandy. Yardage, 292 to 216 in favor of Vandy. And the Vandy drives, they've had the ball 4 times. Punt, field goal, fumble, touchdown. Touchdown came quickly, obviously, in the last drive. But Auburn gets it first to start the third quarter. So, chance to double up here, and they already lead by 10. Waiting on a halftime price, nothing up yet, hasn't popped in. And we're about to come out on CBS between Iowa and the Ducks. Ball is on the tee. So that was a long, CBS halftimes are long ones. But yeah, Amapola finally gave up at the end, 18 over a quarter, but still too low. I do like over, even at the 19 level, over would have been a good bet there, I think, with it sitting 12-7. Oregon has the ball first, up by 5, 12-7. To start the second half, Texas A&M 14-0 at Missouri, 3 minus money, 21 the total there. Auburn and Vandy, the last one I'm going to give to you once it pops up. I think that Vandy will be a decent favorite, but nothing stupid. I can't see it being any higher than, we're talking 6. That would be in the ballpark. Hang tight. Kennesaw State also leads New Mexico State 24-7 at the break in Las Cruces. Impressive effort once again by everybody around with the Kennesaw State program. They've been by far one of the pleasant surprises of the whole season from the start to now. Everything's been extremely well done. Looks like we have a Duke touchdown against UConn. That'll put them ahead 21-20. Wisconsin does get a field goal against Washington. Williams 7-11, 59 yards. He's had some struggles here. A little bit less than 10 minutes to go before the half there. Texas State is on the board against ULA 7-3 late in the first. Auburn again 20-10 over Vandy at the break. Coastal Carolina 23-14, point pending, about to go into the break with the lead against Georgia State. Vandy 3.5. There is some 4. There is a 4.5 out there as well against Auburn in the second half. I think that's the absolute extreme is how high it can go. I think it has to be at least 4. It probably can't be anything more than 4.5, 5. At that point, then you're in a lot of dead numbers after that until you get to 6. 26 is the highest total at Paradise Wager. There's a 26.5 actually in town. Most of the other totals are between 24.5, 25. A little bit of juice. No strong opinion there. With that, I will throw up the odds scores. We have a touchdown by Rutgers. They're up 35-20 against Maryland. That looks good. Let's get to the barn. Washington trying to get into field goal range against Wisconsin, 3rd and 15. In not quite the red zone. They're close to field goal range. The weather up there, again, not ideal. So, odds screen coming up. And you're done with me for a little bit here. What is it, 5:38 Eastern? Let's try maybe 45 minutes or so. I'm going to grab some food. Pizza. It's pizza time, right? Fire DiGiorno's in there. And you'll see me sucking that down in a little while. When I get to the point where I'm done, I'll come back here and check in with everybody. As things stand, that's it for the time being on the SWEATBOX. We are in our 6th hour of coverage today. Headed for about between 10 and 11. Most likely we'll just play it by ear and see how things go. Thanks for hanging out. I am your host, Rex Byers. Look forward to catching up with you guys shortly. Odds screen will be right there for you to look at some scores that are in progress and or final. Hopefully you get some updated prices as well. I'm going to scroll down to Georgia State, Coastal Carolina at the half. Coastal up 23-14. They lay 5.5, 27.5 at the break. Slight lean to Georgia State. All right, we're back at it here. It's got an eating a bunch of pie, so that's always good, right? Who has a problem with anybody eating pizza on Saturdays except for my old boss, Cascade Lenny? That's a whole nother discussion. Can't wait to tell the whole world about. It's a good story, I promise. Let's see what's happening that you need to know about. Vandy has come back and gotten a couple touchdowns, and now they lead Auburn. 5:50 to go in the third, 24-23 with the ball. So things have completely flipped in Nashville. Kudos to Vandy. If they can find a way to win this thing and even cover, that would be really impressive, given the way things were breaking out in this game earlier. North Carolina, 12 plays, 75 yards for a touchdown against Stanford in the second half. Slow start there both ways after halftime. Carolina's drive by far the most impressive. Needed a little help, but they did get there. And they do have the lead now, 10-3 in Chapel Hill against Stanford. Oregon leads Iowa 15-10. We're midway through the fourth quarter. Iowa, third down. I said this earlier, and I don't like to make these kind of comparisons, but I really do think, well, it's 3rd and 5 Iowa. I really do think that this game here will probably decide who the third best team is in the Big Ten, and there are probably only going to be 3 that get in. Indiana and Ohio State have all but stamped their way in. It's just a matter whether they both get buys or not at this point. I think if Iowa wins here and wins out, they have a case at 10-2. Oregon might not at 10-2 if they lose this one. The schedule they played. Gronowski fires. There's a guy open over the middle. It's the tight end. It's caught into Oregon territory. 7:01 left. Clock moving. The chains are moving. It's supposed to stop. No, I guess maybe before 5 minutes it does not. So Oregon up by 5, and the Hawkeyes are in position. I made a comment with my dad earlier. I thought it was pretty funny. He didn't respond to me yet. I put it on Twitter, and I got a couple of people because the timing was very poor. Right when I said it, Iowa turned the ball over after that. 21, that Wedgen, who's a stud, turned it over. But anyways, okay, so Iowa on the move here against the Ducks. What the fuck is this game? Okay, yeah, so the Ducks are laying 4.5, 3.5, 4. So they're not. Iowa's not inside the number yet. Given what the game closed. I gotta make this out of a bunch of mess. Matter of fact, I got some chocolate down here. I could use some of that. I'm gonna run out of Rolos. Need some more money. Need some more chocolates. Need some more grocery trips. This game opened 6 and 44.5. Paul Stone took Iowa plus 6.5. Great bet. Hope he wins it. Every time somebody gets a number, you have to over that, especially if they're your friend. Auburn has it back, and they're into Vandy territory down by 1. 3 minutes to go in the third. I have no clue what happened in that game. Vandy had the ball. I could swear they had it in midfield. It had to be a turnover. I'm in my 7th hour here on the SWEATBOX today. Forgive my, if anything goes over my head, it's just me. I'm doing the best I can, watching 9 games and trying to keep the TVs on situations I can get to others. Auburn does throw a long pass inside the 20, just a one-on-one route to the left side. Arnold makes a nice throw, and Auburn has it first down at the 19. 3rd and 8 Iowa, and they complete a pass, but I think he's short. I guess I have to give myself some volume on the CBS game. I've already told you guys how important it is for the playoffs and everything. What are they going to do? The field kicker clearly is confirmed he can make one from 9 miles. It's a 5-point game. This will give them the spread. 4th and 3. Both teams have all 3 timeouts. Gronowski's going to go for it. Trips right. All day. Fires it over the middle. Complete. First down, Iowa. 4:38 to go. Clock should stop. It does not. First down, Iowa. My joke was that I'm so sick of seeing them do this to everybody for 15 years, but maybe they should go ahead and do it to the rest of the Big Ten. I'm sorry, to the Pac-8, 10, 12 at least once. Call it an indoctrination, call it a fraternity hazing, whatever you want to. Make them do it to somebody else for once. I thought it was funny. Anyways, there's a pitch. Oh, big run. First down. Inside of 4 minutes left. I guess the clock just doesn't stop on first downs. I thought it was at the 5-minute mark. Yeah, a couple of monster blocks by Iowa's left side there. Clock, it's inside the 10, so it's first and goal for Iowa. I have this on CBS, so I'm ahead of you guys. I got A&M Missouri's 31-10, so nothing to sweat there. TCU Iowa State's on Big Fox, 8 minutes to go. I could probably put that one back on shortly, as I've decided to make the executive call to put Belichick and Stanford on 10-3, 6 minutes to go in the third on the CW on the fast feed. I'll probably change that just depending on how things play out here. I need to see Stanford do something on offense. This Branson's done for them. And the other guy, they can't do shit. They actually did outgain North Carolina in the first half, which goes to show how great of a job that their coach has done this year. They lost in Hawaii in the first game of the year, and they looked totally lost. Since then, they've done a hell of a job to get to 3-5, and they have a couple other games they maybe could have won. 3-6, sorry. They certainly were not supposed to win the Florida State game, but the rest of them, they've never been out of any of this. Yeah, Iowa's going to have to go all in. 2:42, they call a timeout. It feels so weird listening to that music during a Big Ten game that Danielson and Nessler are calling, not SEC. 3rd and 20 for Stanford. They fire over the middle, complete down to midfield. 6 minutes left. They'll punt it. Down 10-3 to Carolina. But I do think Frank Reich and Andrew Luck have done a hell of a job with Stanford. Record notwithstanding, they were supposed to be one of the worst teams after the Hawaii game. I think everybody agreed they were going to be the worst team in the league. The fact that they will not come in last, it certainly will be a team or two that finishes with, even if they lose out, they still have 2 conference wins. They will certainly not come in last. A quick timeout in this Iowa game. Jesus Christ, what's the hurry, CBS? Here we go. 2:42 left, 2nd and goal at the 9. Oregon's got a good eye on 21. He's the one that fumbled the last time down here. Play fake. Throw back. Caught. Tight end at the 5, the 4, the 3. Maybe the 2. That's a great play by Oregon's defense. The concept was incredible. Oregon made a really nice play there. Everything, the eye candy was to the right. He threw back to the left, and the tight end that was running across the formation. 44 for Oregon made it just a really, really nice play. Clock's going to go down to the 2-minute warning. It'll be 3rd and goal. The Hawkeyes do not have to run a play. Ducks have all 3 timeouts.
As an official sponsor of the NFL, Jersey Mike's wants you, Eli Manning, to be our new spokesperson.
I'm in. I love Jersey Mike's.
Forgive me, for I am chatting my pops. And he's got a horseshoe up his ass. My niece played high school volleyball this year at a very high level in Indiana. They got beaten the round of 8, or it was the round of 4 last week. Yeah, the round of 8 at the 4A level, the highest class in Indiana last week. He was there for that. I think Indiana was off, or can't remember. And then of course today they played early, and then tomorrow he's an Indiana basketball fan too. That's where he grew into it. He knew Knight the year that Knight took the IU job. He was actually a Purdue fan that ended up going to college. Long story short, he was a Knight disciple. Agreed with pretty much everything that Knight had to say and do, and has been an IU guy pretty much in both sports ever since. But the basketball team, has had its flaws the last few years. But they play tomorrow afternoon at 1 Eastern against Marquette. Well, he'll be able to watch that because the Colts play at 9:30 in Germany in Eastern time. So, yeah, all kinds of luck with the schedule. I guess the fact that one of the other nieces plays basketball. Well, I think Riley's basketball and volleyball both. That surely to Christ there'll be some situations where her volleyball will run up against IU basketball later this year. But so far he's had no issues with IU football and Riley's volleyball on Saturdays, which is kind of comical. Just because of the coincidences. I mean, it just keeps happening every week. It's 100 to 1 that he hasn't missed an IU football game this year and been able to watch my niece play volleyball every week. And it's just a freak accident at the time. I think, what did they play last week in the middle of the day after the volleyball region or the semi-state was in the morning? I mean, and he would have had time to fit that in. If they'd have won and played the night game, he still would have had time to watch the IU football game. It just was the 3:30 slot, and there you have it. All right, Iowa, Oregon, 3rd and goal, 2-minute warning, 15-10. Ducks, incredible play made there by 44 out of that last stop, and I was just telling him that if he hadn't seen it. 2-minute warning was easily 3.5 minutes. I talked to y'all forever there. Play fake, Gronowski, he wants to throw to the tight end. There's nothing there. Ducks read it. He couldn't get off the line. Be 4th and goal. He wants a hold in the defense. They're never going to call that. Neither one of them are any good there, Gary. 15 was neither one of them. Nobody. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that they got the call wrong. It was supposed to go to the right side. Somebody fucked that thing up. They had the whole 2-minute warning to figure it out. That's shocking. 4th and goal. Now it's a spread. Trips right, 2 to the left. Gronowski behind center at the 3-yard line. Nobody in the backfield. Gun. Draw. In. No flags that I see. Touchdown Iowa. 1:51 left. And they take the lead, 16-15. How can Oregon not see that? Jesus Christ, the guy can't complete a pass in his sleep. I mean, I'm rooting for Iowa, and I can't believe they let that happen. 16-15, 1:51 left. 2-point conversion coming. I would be stunned if they try to throw the ball. The Ducks only have 3 up front against the 5 for Oregon. The spy was in the middle. He got caught up by his own 44, the guy that I love so much. Got caught up in the traffic, couldn't get outside to make a play. I love the call by Iowa looking back. Now they got the same situation. Trips left, 1 to the right. Back is offset to the right. Gronowski again in the gun. Back, fires, tipped. Is this caught? The field judge says yes. I thought he was out of bounds. We'll find out soon enough. It's either going to be 18-15 or 16-15. 1:51 left when the kickoff comes. Wow. That's an incredibly, I don't care if it didn't count. That guy for Iowa who made the play, 28, that's great concentration. I don't think it's a catch. I think both feet are out of bounds. Yeah, they're going to take that away. Still a great play, just isn't going to count for anything. And now the Ducks have a chance to win this thing with a field goal. All 3 timeouts and 1:51 left. The thing about it is Oregon's been doing it on the ground with the run, and that's supposed to be the way that I was going to try to stop them here. So in theory, I mean, I don't know. If I'm Iowa, I'm not letting them beat me that way. I mean, if I'm Iowa, I'm not letting them run the ball. Are you nuts? Just dare the quarterback to beat me. I don't think he can do it. They're saying that one of the back heels might have hit. There's water on the camera from the rain. You can't see it. The ruling on the field is it's good, so it's going to be tough to overturn it based on the camera because of the. I want to hear what Sterator has to say. Nope. Okay. So 16-15 Iowa, 151 left. Almost a great play. I was a good play no matter the result. He knew what he was doing.
Yes, Gary, but whatever your take, you got just like we talked to heel natural step backwards, heel toe, or when you have that heel strike and the foot comes down, the entire foot must remain inbound. So that heel toe puts it in the way. Yeah, sounds like a dance routine you guys have put together. Well, it didn't count for two. They say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But we put it inside burritos and tacos anyway.
Anything happening that's important anywhere else? Syracuse, Miami's 38-3 in the fourth. We're 10 minutes opposed to the 7 o'clock kicks, so it's certainly important to get you up to speed on those games. Let's do that now. 137, 130. Actually, is that the last first one? I've got the screen scrolled from earlier to get you guys up to speed on everything. You could see it verbally while I was eating pizza. Let's see. 125, 126, Kentucky and Florida. That's at 7:30. That game's on the SEC channel. Florida opened 3.5, 45, 45. I made the game higher. I actually like Florida, but not with any confidence with the new coach. Who knows what you get? 3.5, 44. The number there, 44.5 now the total. Florida State Clemson, top of the hour. That's on the ACC channel. I mean, I could have given you 100 to 1 on that 2 months ago, and you guys would have laughed in my face. It said 100 to 1. How about 1,000 to 1? That game is to the point where we're talking about bowl eligibility for these two teams. Clemson laying 1.5 and 2, total 56, 56.5. Open a little higher on both decided total. Cal and Louisville. That game is ahead ahead of Florida State Clemson in the pecking order by the ESPN networks. ESPN2, 17.50.5. It's 18 and 48.5, 49. Louisville the favorite. Miami of Florida is over the number now against Syracuse, 38-3. Let's skip down Wake Forest and Virginia, 151 and 52. I have a very strong opinion on Wake Forest in this game. I think they'll win it outright. Sick of seeing Virginia's balancing act and high wire bullshit charade. Tonight it comes to a close. Wake Forest wins it on the field. I made the game 2.5. Open 7.5, 50.5. A lot of Wake Forest money. 6.5, 48. Almost all the people I respect are on Wake Forest as well. Whether that makes you feel good or not, I'm not sure. I have no clue what happens to Texas Christian. They're losing to Iowa State now, 20-17. I'm glad I kept it on. I'll keep you posted about anything that I see that's important there. Let's skip down at 7:30. Also LSU Alabama 169 and 170. That's ABC. That means it's 7:50 and not 7:30 Eastern time. 11 and 51.5 means 9.5 10. 49 the total. And two more at that timetable: Nevada, Utah State, CBS College Sports, Utah State. I made 7.5. It opened 11 and 52.5. It's been bet down to 9, 9.5, 52. No opinion. NBC, Navy Notre Dame, 26, 56.5. It opened at circa, now 28. There was 29 earlier. 55.5, 56. Navy off their first loss last week. Let's see what they got left. That game goes also sometime in the next 40, 45 minutes on NBC. Back to Iowa, Oregon. From Iowa City, Hawkeyes 1-point lead. Ducks have some work to do. First down at their own 34. 2 timeouts left. They need to get somewhere around the 35, I'd say, to have a fair chance. They passed on a field goal last time they got around the same spot. Obviously, to win the game, they would kick one this time. We'll see how it plays itself out. They've got this thing at the 33 on the TV, the ABC or the CBS people, so they want them to get to at least that point. They're at the Iowa 49, first down now. 34 seconds left. I am ahead of you on this feed and the CW feed with Stanford, North Carolina, 10-3. Probably about to switch Stanford off and put Iowa State and TCU on, given how close the games are. And it's 2017. I'm going to do that actually right now. Let's go back. TCU, Iowa State, 20-17. 2-minute warning. Cyclones coming out from out of the dead. Rocco Beck, 9 of 24 for 111. 1 touchdown and 2 TDs, and yet they're a 3rd and 2 away. Now TCU has all their timeouts left, but that's where we're at. The chance of Iowa State getting a first down to run this thing out. TCU did not call their timeouts, so that's where we stand as we go into the 2-minute warning in Fort Worth. 2-minute warning also, as I said, in Iowa City. Air Force, 7-3, first and goal, 11 minutes to go in the second quarter at San Jose State. Another one of those games didn't start very good for the Air Force Academy, and since the first 2 or 3 drives, they've been the better team. Hard for me to figure this one out. I mean, the game opened much cheaper, and I made it much higher, but they got bet up immediately to a point where I was not interested in San Jose anything more than like 3, 3.5, maybe 4 at the most. Close 6.5, so never would be involved at that point. Air Force at 2-6 needs to win out to get to a bowl game. San Jose at 3-5, probably as disappointing as anybody in the country. Ken Nuamatiolo is one of my favorite coaches. It's had a rough go of it. They lost the first game at home as a 2-touchdown favorite to Central Michigan, and things have not gotten better since then. Or was that Fresno that lost that team? Fuck if I can remember. All right, let's go back to Oregon and Iowa. 19 seconds to go here. It looks like the Ducks are in field goal range already, but I'm not sure about that. It's close, yeah. 28-yard line, 19 seconds, and they do have 2 timeouts. You don't particularly want to count on kickers to kick long field goals in the rain and some pressure if you don't have to. Blitzed everybody. I threw a screen into it, complete. Good execution. It does put them in a more makeable field goal range. 11 seconds left. All right. Gary Danielson clearly lost at sea here. Doesn't understand that field goals are a lot different proposition. They're much easier made now than in his day, I should say. The guys have robotic legs. For the most part, the snaps and the holds are pretty simple. First and goal for Syracuse, 58 seconds left, trying to get the money against Miami of Florida. This will be an interesting development here. The exact inverse of what happened when Miami played Stanford and was up by $1 million late and then jammed one in to get the money. In a 7-all halftime game, they covered 30. They won it 42-7. This one here, they had blitzed the entire world. Syracuse's coach is not having any of it. Second and goal, clock moving, but they're trying to score. So for the spread, that's important. Let's go back to the volume for CBS for the actual win and the possible playoff bid, the third Big Ten playoff team. Iowa faking a blitz. They drop out, throw, long, incomplete, no flags. 7 seconds left. It'll be 4th and 4. Touchdown Syracuse. Elijah Washington Baker, 17 yards. And they are now inside the money against Miami. 21 seconds left. That cuts it to 28. Most numbers that I saw were in anything between 28 and a half or close to it at close. It opened 28. I made it a little higher myself. Obviously, you can't do much with it. These garbage points are impossible to handicap. 7 seconds left. The Ducks have a field goal to win it. They ran out of time here. They're going to call a timeout. That's their last timeout. Iowa has 2 left. 39-yarder, maybe a 40-yarder with 7 seconds left. Now, to be fair, I'm throwing these other teams out that I shouldn't. USC is 5-1. Michigan 5-1. Both are 7-2 in the league. I just feel like Iowa, if they win this game, would be at 5-1 with the rest of their schedule and who they've beaten already, and the fact that the Indiana loss looks better by day as long as Indiana keeps winning, they'll be the third Big Ten team. But I don't have to be right about that. Certainly, if Oregon wins with only 1 loss and the other teams with 2, it's a no-brainer. Sappington's made 2 kicks today from 46 and 40 on field goals. He's also made an extra point. They have a safety as well. That's why they got to 15. Here we go. 4th and 4, left hash mark, 39 yards. No timeout, Iowa. Snap down up. It's right down the middle. 3 seconds left, and the Ducks have taken an 18-16 lead. Oregon to 8-1, Iowa to 6-3, barring an act of God in the last few seconds. Oregon's going to win and not cover. The game will stay under 41, which is the lowest total they've played to since at least the turn of the century. Balls of steel. Great work by the Oregon offense to get down there and get a chance to kick it from a makeable range. 1:48 off the clock. They leave Iowa only 4 seconds. I thought Iowa might call timeout before the kick just to really put the whammy on him, but they didn't. And they actually are going to go to the locker room with 2 timeouts left.
said go make the next play. Some unbelievable plays by our guys.
How proud are you of this group?
I can't put into words, man. I love coaching this group, man. It's not supposed to be easy. I mean, this is what football's about. Teaches you adversity. This is what life's like, man. And our guys got to experience that tonight.
Congratulations, Coach.
Thanks so much, Dave. Appreciate it. Both quarterbacks in the fourth quarter had huge plays. That guy in the final drive. Hopefully they were best passes of the day. And Mark Konowski, who scored the touchdown to get live with the lead. And you can see the emotions a little bit bigger.
All right. So the Ducks have won it and put themselves in the driver's seat. Not to dismiss Michigan or USC, but clearly now that the Ducks are in this spot, they will be the clear third choice out of the Big Ten, of which I think we'll only get 3 to begin with. Whereas if Iowa wins, there's certainly no cinch that they would have gotten there. So I guess I should make that probably clear enough that I wasn't already anointing Iowa. I just thought that this is the kind of game that they win and put themselves in position to actually get there. Anyways, the Walker Egat stats giving me a headache. First pick since September the 6th against Texas. If you guys remember that day, I had San Jose for my nuts. And San Jose, I'm not joking, where they were the better team for probably 45 or 47 of the 60 minutes. But they went through a stretch late in the first quarter where it went turnover, touchdown, turnover, touchdown, turnover, touchdown, turnover. I mean, it just would stop. Texas scored 4 touchdowns in less than 5 minutes and eventually won the game by about 4 touchdowns. But it just at the line of scrimmage, they didn't dominate the game. And that was kind of at a point where I thought, well, San Jose is 0-3 now, and they're really not as bad as their record. And Texas is also going to have like 2 losses probably into November, which I was right about that. Again, for better or worse, given the Mississippi State, Kentucky lucky situations that they had. Okay, anyways, we have a sweat. Iowa State TCU. Iowa State begging for the clock to run. It does not. 25-yard line. Iowa State up by 3. TCU at 6-2 needs to win this game and get all the help they can going forward. And now 10 seconds left. I give Iowa State a lot of credit for this. At 5-4, it would have been easy to call it a day, and they didn't do anything at all on offense from the first drive until the middle of the fourth quarter. They went touchdown early and then about 10 drives of nothing, and then they've gotten 2 touchdowns to take the lead against TCU. In Fort Worth, this would be a good win. Vandy and Auburn, 31-30, an absolute track meet has broken out in Nashville, especially in the second half where the Vandy offense is up and down the field after not doing really much at all early. Incomplete pass that time, and now only 5 seconds left. TCU now up against it by a lot. Need to complete something that gets them close to midfield so they can chuck it to the end zone. Yeah, the Egat, he threw his pick, and that's where I saw FS1 that made me have some PTSD. That was just really weird because he's been so good most of the year, and he was so bad for just a little bloop of that game. And he didn't get much help from his receivers either. Last pass is incomplete at midfield or maybe picked off. Doesn't matter. It's over. Iowa State 20, TCU 17. That game is final. Arkansas, Michigan State about to start or already started. One of the other college basketball on FS2. They'll put that back on Big Fox, and I'll have it on for just a few minutes until we get something else that makes me change it. Either to you got NBC, you got ABC, you got Fox. CBS is done for the day. The CW has another game on later tonight. Sam Houston and Oregon State. I'll be sure to find that one later, but no reason for it now. There's probably going to be 1 second left in the Iowa State TCU game. I'm surprised at the clock, man. I mean, are the visiting teams have guys that run the clock these days? And what's going on with this shit? I mean, there could be 2 seconds left in this game. Campbell calls his last timeout. TCU's already out of timeouts. They have to go 75 yards in one play. That almost assuredly will not happen. But I did watch the SEC channel earlier this week when they talked about UK coming from 31 down in the last 15 and a half minutes at LSU in basketball in 94. And then LSU catching a Hail Mary to beat Kentucky at Commonwealth Stadium that was, I don't know, 80 yards on the last play. So it can happen. It can happen. These games at the top of the hour are either starting or going to start very soon. I'm going to have to reset the TVs. Bear with me here as I do that after this Iowa State TCU play. TCU ran a nice play with a lot of reverses and pitches, and it got all the way to midfield before it went out of bounds. Looks like Virginia kicks off to Wake to start that game. Let me go ahead and chart that kickoff while I'm thinking about it. Game 151 and 152. I do not have the boxes pulled up for all these games, and I'm also missing a TV on, I believe it's ESPN2, and that's the Louisville. Let's see if I get lucky. I'm going to try to thread the needle here. Oh, fuck's sakes. Come on. This box is behind everything. You get lucky about once every 15 times. Oh, hang on. It's coming back. Maybe I'll have a sniff here. You just keep slamming the thing and hoping for the best. Sometimes you get lucky. Yeah, okay. California ball in Louisville territory. I'm not sure how they got it there yet. And I'll have to pull up the box scores to see what happens. It looks like Jiran Keawe Sagapolutele from Hawaii. I'm getting better at saying his name every time. 11 TDs, 9 picks, but a 5-star that was committed to Oregon at one point. Oh my God, what happened in this? Oh, Vandy scored a touchdown. I was going to say Virginia. Well, no. Okay, so Vandy now gets ahead of the number against Auburn in a game that they've really had no business being anywhere near the number. 7:57 to go there. Let's see. Cal in Louisville. Cal has the ball in Louisville territory. I cannot commit to the fact that they got the ball first. I think that they did. Alexander touchdowns, 9 yards on the ground, 10 plays, 68 yards, 4:04 off the clock. That game's on the SEC channel again, as I've told you before. Carolina kicks a field goal. They lead Stanford 13-3, 13 minutes to go. The Wake Virginia game, I've already charted the kick. I'm going to go ahead and give Cal, say that Cal got the ball first. I'll find the coin toss information later. Did anything else start at the top of the hour? No. Good. Kennesaw. New Mexico State's made this a game. 24-21, 3:33 left. Kennesaw was up 24-7 in the second. They haven't done anything since then. I gave you the 7:30 lineup dates. If you have questions, put it in the chat. I'll be back less than 10 minutes with another update. I'm going to go ahead and fire up the odds screen, let you guys see what's going on with that. I'll mute myself, but I won't be long. I promise. When I fire the be right back, that means I'll literally be right back within less than a minute. Just need to make some TV adjustments and figure out where we stand before we get to the bottom of the hour. That's the largest part of the day. Going forward, we have another, well, with what's left, there are another about 3 or 4 games in the kickoff then, and there's only 4 games after that. So we've gotten through the meat and the potatoes part of it. Let's see if we can get through the rest here as we get to kickoffs of these games about to go. let's check back shortly. Again, feel free to ask about anything. Otherwise, I'll give you one more update before we get kickoffs. The biggest piece of news that came across in the last 35 minutes that Horvath for Navy was ruled out with upper body. And again, that sort of was cluing you into the line. As much as I think that Notre Dame is better than Navy and should win it by whatever they want to, I still thought that the line should be like 24. So with him being out in the game being 28, that's about what I would make it. With him in, could never possibly be anything above about 24, 25. So just made sure I want that on the record so you guys are aware. I don't know if I brought that up earlier or not. Horvath was always likely to miss, but he's worth a ton to the line, maybe even worth more than what they're valuing here. It could actually be Notre Dame having some value, laying less than 24. The game opened 24.5. Sorry, less than 28. Opened 24.5. It's now 28 and painted 28 everywhere. So that's that. A lot of the 3 o'clock games went final as well. Eastern time, Jacksonville State did hang on and beat UTEP by 3. Louisiana Tech lost outright at Delaware 25-24. You got some halftimes in a lot of games. You got some college basketball finals. I'm looking to see if I miss anything important here. The 1AA stuff I'll catch up on with the box course later. East Carolina 48-22 over UNC Charlotte, but they do not get the money in the second half, 13-8. So the Charlotte recommendation was good for those of you who got it. Mercer, West Carolina, I have to watch that. These SoCon games just turn into absolute track meets with these quarterbacks and those offenses. There are a lot of gimmicky offenses in that league. North Carolina, South Carolina, that's what you get to at this point, for better or for worse. Let's see if there's anything else that I'm missing that's important before I take, just like I said, enough to go to the bathroom and get myself ready for the 7:30s. Virginia did kick a field goal against Wake on 4th and 3 from 34 yards out. It's good. They lead 3-0. Wake 5-3, Virginia 8-1, as we all know, and as most of us are at least sick of. Wisconsin leads Washington. We're going to be at the end of the 3rd quarter in this game. It's 13-10 Badgers. I'm not sure how they got to that point, but good for them. I've seen and heard from about enough of this Washington this year, so it wouldn't hurt my feelings if they end up playing in the Holiday Bowl or wherever else. Some other Big Chin, throw them at the Outback Bowl if you want, whatever, depending on how many Big Ten teams go to the playoffs. Playoffs. I can't believe how many games there are. I just continue to hit a button to just clear out the schedule on my right side. You guys that see these lines, you see what I'm doing here. You're not seeing the games at the top go away. I'm just going from the bottom because there's so many games, period. Here, let me have some fun. I'll go up here to the top now. Let me get rid of some of these games. And some are the same. The score changes. Like they have the Providence Virginia Tech game there 4 times. I mean, like, get it right the first time. Why would you have to send the thing out 4 times? I don't get it. I think that's everything. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything important. And I haven't for now. I'm up to speed on everything that you guys need to know, and I need to know. So that's that. Okay, everything's gone. North Carolina leads Stanford now 20-3 in the 4th quarter, 12 minutes left. I can go ahead and, I've got that game out of there. Good. Keep it out of there. Now let's figure out what to do with the rest of this stuff. Okay, yeah. Break. You got some stuff in front of you here with numbers. Not sure how much of it's important at this point. And then let's catch up shortly. I'm going to leave the mic. I'm going to turn the mic off and I'm going to throw the beer right back on. We're going to call it 10 minutes tops. We'll get back for the bottom of the hour kicks. Florida and Florida, Kentucky about to start. It says at the bottom of the hour. They may delay that a little bit in Lexington. Auburn and Vandy, 2:41 to go. Clock moving, 38 all in Nashville. Vandy has it out near midfield. I think they've had 4 possessions and scored 4 touchdowns in the second half. Rudy Rudiger at the Notre Dame game. Why would they have him there against Navy? He could probably play in this game and they would still find a way to win. Beating a Notre Dame drum. Of course, why not, right? I got the volume on Clemson, Florida State. Forgive me. They had something up there about Dion a minute ago. It was pretty cool. Let's see. Fourth down, Virginia. They're going to punt it back to Wake up 3-0. 2-minute warning in Nashville. 38 all. 3rd and 3 for Vandy around midfield. Coastal Kakalaka leads Georgia State 40-27 late. 137 left there. Clemson 8-0 over the Noles. 5.5 to go in the first. They lay 1.5 at post. 56.5-57. Louisville leads Cal 7-0. 18 in that game. 49 the total. Miami and Syracuse's final 38-10. They haven't gone there on the screen. Stanford did score to cut the Carolina lead to 20-9. I am not watching that yet. The point spread's in doubt, but I've given it the bow wow. If there is a Stanford score to puts it inside the number, I'll watch it going forward. But just not enough real estate up here right now. As much as I wanted to keep an eye on Arkansas and Michigan State in the college hoops, Calipari Izzo, I couldn't do it. There's not enough room. Texas A&M is going to beat Missouri 38-17. That game's going to run into, and that game goes over the total, by the way. A&M wins it and it goes over. I thought it had no chance there for most of the first half. LSU Alabama is going to follow that one up on ABC. That's game 169 and 170. Bama 11.5, 51.5 at open. 11 at open. 9.5 and 10, 49.5. Frank White, I believe is his name, is the interim coach for LSU. Really popular guy down there. I've talked to people on both sides of the coin that ask me what I think, and I've talked to them and asked them what they think, because that's more important. They know more than I do about LSU's football coach. And it's a barrage of opinions, and they're all both sides of the coin. I mean, I'm talking about nobody's a 5. It's either a 1 or a 10 or a 2 or a 9. I mean, it's way out there about whether, hey, if he goes out there and does his job and he's good and they can prove that they can play. He's a Louisiana guy. He ain't going to cost an arm and a leg. Give him an incentive-laden contract. Don't give him all the earth, sun, moon, stars like every of these other coaches get to the start. Don't give him one of those contracts that Jimmy Sexton signs for his clients. And I can't argue with any of that. Part of me wants that if those people win that fight and they get this guy to be the coach if LSU plays good the rest of the year, good. Set a new standard. Stop giving people all this money to go away. And then others I hear just tell me he has no chance to ever possibly win at the level that they want to up there, that he'll be overmatched in the long haul. And part of me wants to believe that too. I mean, otherwise he'd have a different job by now. So I'm looking forward to seeing this game tonight. I'm going to have to find room for it on the real estate already. I've got Notre Dame Navy on for as long as it's close. That one starts right now, and we'll go from there and then try to carve it out from there. The rest of the games all start at 9:30 or later, with the exception of Nevada, Utah State, which is they're coming out of the tunnel in Logan. Nevada 1-7, Utah State 4-4, and like I said, Navy Notre Dame about to kick it. 4-touchdown favorite. The Irish are 55.5 total. Irish well positioned to be in the playoffs. Just win all your games and you have nothing to worry about. It's kind of the way things are setting up at this point. So that's that. Let me. I don't have to mute myself, but let me find out where the hell I'm going to go with this TV. For whatever reason, did I not? Do I have a channel open that I wasn't aware of? I think I. Okay, yeah, that's the ABC LSU Alabama, so I'm good to go there. There is no CBS. Okay, great. Yeah, I'm good to go here. McDonough and Greg McElroy are on the call from Tuscaloosa. So I'll have that on the big one. and a back and forth between Fox, ABC. I'm sorry, Fox, NBC. What the hell with it? Fox and NBC, and I'll keep ABC on those three for 2 TVs for the live feed. So I'll be ahead of things as long as two of those three games are better than the others in terms of what's happening and/or for the point spread. That'll be what I'm sweating here. Also, a good game in Madison still unfolding. 13-10 Wisconsin leads Washington. The weather up there seems downright miserable. I don't know how much it's bothering the Huskies. Quarterback is 16 for 27 for 118 with one touchdown and a pick. 8 minutes to go in that game, and 2nd and 10 for the Huskies, down by 3 at their own 4-yard line. Badgers need to win out to get to a bowl. Washington at 6-2, obviously in much better shape. But again, these Big Ten road trips to the Central or Eastern time zone never easy for teams that haven't made them before. Certainly when you add this weather into it, who knows? Really close to halftime in the one game that started in the 6 o'clock window Eastern time. That's Air Force at San Jose. 16-3, the Falcons lead. San Jose has done nothing since the first drive that was all the way down the field for a field goal. 13 seconds left. Air Force head-scratchingly are playing by far their best defensive game of the year. I haven't pulled up the box yet. That's something I need to do. And again, I'm not to the box scores on any of these games in this window, and that's something that I'll have to fix sooner rather than later. Yeah, this is Molly McGrath had a good sideline report in Tuscaloosa talking about how, LSU's basically got nothing to lose, and when someone with that kind of talent is in this position, it's kind of like Auburn today at Vandy. They got nothing to lose with an interim coach, and they've given Vandy the business today. I mean, they may or may not win it, but they're right there with the chance with a minute and a half to go. Blake Horvath not playing tonight really sucks. 5th in the country in rushing a games, tied for 2nd rushing touchdowns, 142 yards passing per game, which is the most by a Navy quarterback since '94. They just don't ever throw the ball, and this guy can't actually do it. It kind of sucks, to be honest. This game becomes almost unwatchable. NBC for those who care. Air Force is up 16-3 at the half over San Diego State. The game's in the 7:30 window, about to kick, which means 7:50 for some of these things. Oh, we got the national anthem in the Bama. I'll go ahead and give you some volume, and I'll stand up for it myself. All right. I'm not sure what that was about. They did that earlier today, too. On game day, they showed the national anthem of the first game. This is possibly an ESPN strategic ploy. Is there in a battle with YouTube TV about the pricing that they're going to give? Fascinating, because I don't remember ESPN doing this for games going back. This would be. I'm actually going to tweet about that. That's something that's new to me, and I'm curious to hear what some people have to say. So I will tweet about that. Okay, we're near kickoff of all these games. I've given you the numbers. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Otherwise, I'm here, but I'm not here for the next little bit. I'm going to throw up the odds and scores. You'll see me. I'm going to throw up the box score situations. Looks like Notre Dame did kick the Navy, so we're underway in South Bend between 6-2 Notre Dame and 7-1 Navy. I will talk to you shortly. Kentucky, Florida, in Lexington on ESPN News. For those of you who want to watch UK, Florida, that one's about to kick off in Lexington in the next couple minutes. I'll be here, but not here. You'll see my face, but you're going to see the odds screen for a bit. I'll throw on the mute. I'll talk to you shortly. What was this Stanford play against Carolina? They fumbled the dick? Okay, 24-yard touchdown pass from CJ Elijah Brown. So he's been the guy all day with Goldbranson out. 9 plays, 80 yards, 307, but they get stopped at the 1 on the 2-point conversion. 20-15 Carolina leads. Stanford is in the back door. We will get the money. They do have 2 timeouts with 1:47 left. Hang tight. Hold all mutuals. Looks like we have Auburn with the ball, and they are in a position where they can kick a really long field goal here with 5 seconds left. Kentucky, Florida again. Wanting to watch that ESPN news. They've delayed the start of that. California has scored against Louisville. 40 seconds to go in the first. The extra point is good. 7-all. Cal in Louisville against the Cardinals. Have knotted it up. Again, I'm here, but I'm not here. up to speed here on everything with the kicks and stuff, these 730s. Bama, first drive of the game into LSU territory. It's second short here at about the 40. Carolina's punted it back to Stanford, a 5-point game with 46 seconds left. Kentucky has intercepted DJ Lagway on the first drive of the game, and the Cats have it. Cutter Boley's first drive of the game starts at the Kentucky 49. ESPN news for that one is we have overtime in Vandy, between Auburn and Vandy. Bama 3rd and 1, 11 minutes to go. Stanford at the 20, 42 seconds left, 2nd and 10. Backup QB for Stanford, trying to fire all the winning shots here. First down after the 32, first down Stanford, 37 seconds left. They need a touchdown. Hang on for the coin toss here in Auburn Vandy. I'm curious to hear it too. That's right. Auburn is 4-5. 4 of the 5 losses have been by 1 score. In the Georgia game, they were the dominant team until the refs started getting involved and fucking them. They won the toss. I think they're going to go on defense first. Vandy will go to the side that's most familiar and friendly with them. This also gives Vandy a chance to get the money. They get the ball first. They get a touchdown. They can cover 6 still. Hang tight. Hold on mutuals for everything there. Oh, Stanford takes a sack. That can't happen. There's a fumble also. The ref's saying he's down. Clock's moving. I'll come back to that when they sort all that mess out. But Stanford's in big trouble. Notre Dame has scored a touchdown. They lead 7-0 midway through the first quarter. 94 yards on that drive after the Navy punt. Air Force San Jose State, 16-3. The Flyboys lead it at the break. Three seconds left in the Stanford 4th down. Andrew Luck on the field, and he's been out there for a lot of these games. They're not going to make a bowl this year, but they've certainly gotten better from week 0 back in mid-August to where they're at now. 4th and 16 at the 26. Last play, barring a defensive penalty. LSU has the ball. I don't know what happened in this game. That tells me there has to be a turnover. Kentucky's got the ball down to the Florida 23 now. Boley's 3 for 5 for 26 yards. They've had some success moving the ball more through the air than on the ground. 3rd and 8 at Florida 21 now. Alabama's drive was stopped on down, so the 4th and 1, they didn't get it. LSU has it for the first time now, and they're into Bama territory. Carolina beats Stanford 20-15. They win and do not cover. But hey, give Belichick a little credit. After 2 losses by 4 combined points, they have won. LSU going to have a 3rd and long. Either Louisville's quarterback threw a pass that got deflected and he caught it, or he faked the pass, which there's no way he could have faked it. If he did, it's incredible. And he caught it, or he just took it. Yeah, it was batted down by Cal, and he caught it and ran for a 1st down, about a 15-yard gain. Horrific break for Cal. All right, 1st and goal for Vandy now. 38 all at the 4-yard line. Auburn plus 5.5, 6, 6.5 backers. Hold the old asshole. You got to get through this first overtime first to get the money. With Vandy getting the ball first. Nussmeier rolls right and fires, and that ball is caught. And I think it's a 1st down. That game's on ABC, and I'm going to go ahead and fire it up there. There's really no reason for me to watch anything else based on the fact that Navy's quarterback's not playing, and they really don't have much of a chance to compete with Notre Dame over 60 minutes. Vandy fake jump pass, touchdown, and they are in 44-38. The Commodores have taken the lead with a point pending. Kentucky settles for a field goal against Florida. SEC channel after Auburn Vandy. Game is on ESPN News currently. 10 plays, 30 yards, 3:52 off the clock, 39-yard field goal. Cats lead at 3-0 against Florida. Game close 4.5. There was some 5. It was as low as 3.5. Good part of the week I made it higher, so there was some Florida steam at the end. The next kickoffs go in about an hour, a little after that. Nebraska's at UCLA on Big Fox, UNLV at Colorado State on FS1, Sam Houston at Oregon State on CW, San Diego State on Hawaii, at Hawaii on the Spectrum Sports channels. Anybody that gets that for the hockey can get this game, or the Mountain West Sports Network as well. I'll have it, and I'll be around working on box scores, but around certainly to contribute. It's going to be 3rd and about 8 for LSU's. Clock moving, 6 minutes to go in the 1st. Navy a couple of decent plays out here, and they're got about near midfield. Of course, the goal, obviously the defense isn't good enough to keep Notre Dame from ever scoring consistently. I mean, it would be like a trip play or a fumble or some sort of a weird turnover. The only way Notre Dame's not going to score, penalties to get them in 1st and 25, something like that. Otherwise, they'll score every time, and Navy knows that. So their goal is to stay on the field at all times and to run as many time-consuming, clock-consuming drives as you can. On 1st and 10, a goal is 2nd and 2, not another 1st and 10. And that's what they got here. So let's see if they continue this drive inside of 5 minutes at their own 45, 2nd and 2. Motion left and a flag. Take too much time? Nope, false start. 2nd and 7. So much for 2nd and 2. Louisville, 11 minutes to go in the 2nd. Slant is batted down. Be 3rd down. 11:05 to go. 7 all between Louisville and Cal. 3rd quarter underway in San Jose at the TDECU Stadium. 16-3 Air Force. Do we actually have a court storming by Wisconsin? Are they really rushing the field? Did they even do jump around? There's like 9 people there. It looks like there actually is. They're actually, whatever people are at Camp Randall today, everybody's allowed on the field. I guess when you win your first home game since the Beatles, then you're allowed out there. Wisconsin has beaten Washington 13-10. Again, Stanford, North Carolina, 20-15. Carolina wins. Stanford covers. That's it. There's all kinds of shit going on. I'm gonna call it for a bit. We have halftimes coming in a little while. I got food I want to eat again because I'm fat and I like food. And I want to sweat some of these things and watch them for a bit. Wake Forest, 3rd and goal. 13 plays, 55 yards. They're 3rd and goal to 2. I need them to get in. Wake Forest on the field would be awesome. Draw. Bang it. Not in. Down to the 1. The coach is aggressive enough. Deckert, he'll go for it here. 9:40 to go in the 2nd quarter. 3-0 UVA. Let's see if the Deke can ram this thing in here. Clemson up 15-0 against Florida State in the 2nd. The Noles have punted. and that's Clemson guy tried to fake him out, but it's a good punt down at the 4-yard line. 10:02 to go. Chimentos punts a good one. That's where they'll start. Louisville's held to a field goal, and they lead Cal 10-7 with 11 minutes to go. Wake Forest, absolutely incorrect. Option on 4th and goal at the 1. They go backwards, lose 5 yards. Virginia stops them. 3-0 Who's. 9:13 to go before the half. No, it was a bad snap. The guy could never handle it. He had to fall on it. Some sort of trickeration. Didn't work. Not even close. Let's move on. Have a nice day. Thank you, drive through all the same shit. I've got a free channel. Let's see what I'm going to do with it here. I'm going to throw you guys on the Be Right Back and the odd screen shortly. Top of the hour. Thanks for hanging out with me on the SWEATBOX. We're 9 hours, the 9th hour, 8 hours in, 9th hour of coverage today. Appreciate you all and respect for checking it out. Rex Byers here, your host. Let's see if we can pez out a couple winners with some half times and second half stuff before it's all said and done today. I'm going to go back to focusing on this stuff. I'll be here. I'll be watching it, and I won't be far away. Chat me if you want to ask a question about anything. Otherwise, let me fix my TVs, and I'll check back in before too much longer. Certainly before any of these games go to the half, something within the next half hour. But we'll talk shortly. One more good check-in before the end of the night. Be well. Good luck in this stretch, and we'll talk soon. I will be right back. I probably will throw up the odds screen here once I can figure out a way to get some of these games to go final and fit the most of them in as possible. Navy did a good job there. Commit the whole box to them and see if they can stop them. They did. Be 4th and short. Half a yard for the name at the Navy 11. Got all the football on TV as we speak. I lost the Texas State ULA game, so I'm fake news. I got the rest of all the football on TV.
From the Irish fans here at Notre Dame Stadium, what does Mike Denbrock have in his bag on 4th and 1? Carr outside. It is Carr. Goes up, makes two, hits. First and goal, Irish.
Navy's making them work, but they're going to score a touchdown. 4th and short, and they complete the pass on the outside. San Jose State's in. They have cut the Air Force lead to 16-12 point pending.
He came into this one with 16 forced missed tackles. Just top 5 among Power 4 wide receivers. That's 2 deal with that. That play alone, and now it's flash back in there. First and goal from the 2-yard line.
It's rather automatic in elementary. Notre Dame's up 13-7 point pending. 14:20 to go. San Jose State's sliced the Air Force lead to 16-13. Wake Forest has it back against Virginia, up 7-6. 2nd and 10, incomplete pass. Wake has 1 timeout left, UVA 2. LSU trying to move it into the red zone for Bama. They have it to the 19, I think. Let's see what that spot and down and distance give them. There was a bunch of commercials in that game. Another one. Fuck! Gosh, I can't even watch that game. There's a commercial every time I look up. I'm trying to thread the needle here for this Louisville Cal game. ESPN2, the feeds suck. I mean, anytime, oh, I got it. So anytime the box goes out, it's like pissing in the wind. But somehow slid it in there this time. Oh shit! I left the box. FS1 feeds off. Okay, or at least on that TV. All right. I wanted to get some volume on Kentucky and Florida. Gators had their only score on a short field after a UK turnover. Florida State has scored against Clemson 18-6, 33 seconds to go before the half there. The Noles won the toss and deferred. Dabo upset. There was an interception in the end zone, but he was out of bounds. So the Noles will have a chance to double up here. As bad as it's gone for them, they're right in this thing with another stop here before the break and then a score. Florida turnover. Kentucky gets it. Refs are saying no. Nope. Refs are saying yeah, they do. Florida is likely in at least field goal range there. Yeah. That's the right call. He is out. Louisville leads Cal 13-10 late in the second. Cal 5-4, Louisville 7-1. Is there an injury? No. Cal ball at the Louisville 33. I'll keep you posted there. Wake settles for a field goal against UVA. My feed must be way behind there. 39 seconds left. Wake up 10-6. 4th and 1. They kicked a field goal. What the fuck are they? I mean, the only argument for that is that they're dominating the game, and that's probably true. I'm so anti this Virginia. Just get them out of there. Whatever it takes. Alabama leads LSU 3-0, 12:47. There's been commercials on. I'm not joking. They played 3 minutes of football in the last 27. Like, the commercial situation is beyond repair with this ESPN Disney situation. I mean, I couldn't even possibly consider going to a game. It's too far out of line. It's too much. Tap out. What else is happening? Utah State leads Nevada Reno 27-0. 11 minutes to go in the second. What a fiasco that is. The Florida State extra point is good. There might be a roughing everybody. Clemson had guys going in low on the whole team. I would actually onside kick if I'm Florida State here after that. Assuming it's going to be 15. They have one timeout left. They can go ahead and steal another 3 points before the break. I mean, the only other option is if you decide that you want to take the points off the board and go for it. I don't know what the down distance would be. LSU kicks a field goal. 12:27 to go in the first half. 3-3 in Tuscaloosa. LSU has knotted it up. Notre Dame leads 14-7 over the Naval Academy. 5:57 to go before the break in that game. Each team has had the ball 3 times. I think that's right. Let me double check. I don't want to be fake news. Yeah, punt, touchdown for Navy. Touchdown, punt, touchdown for Notre Dame. Fourth drive of the game. 5:50 to go in the half. The Navals will take over at their own 25. Notre Dame 170 yards to 113 as this drive starts. Navy, any real chance to want to compete, needs a touchdown here, most likely to have a chance to stay in it. Try to keep Notre Dame off the board. Kentucky went to a mega jumbo package there. I love to watch that. They banged a 4th and 1 for a first down for about 4 against Florida. McGowan kept it. Basically something that was not even close to the single wing. UVA takes a knee. We'll go to halftime against Wake. 10-6, Wake Forest leads this one. We're going to have a bunch of halftimes go in around the same time here. Bear with me. This will be the bulk of the rest of the work for the night. One second, I do need to find. I accidentally left one of these remotes up by the other TVs. Oh, freaking Louisville game went off again. To the point in the night where I can almost go without one of these TVs, but not quite. Still got the UFC on now. There's the Arkansas-Michigan State game and the hoops. Still the first half of that CBS college sports game. It's a bloodbath between Nevada, Reno, and Utah State. Although I'm not sure how much more of that anybody can take. Bama out in their midfield. Navy has punted it back to Notre Dame. 4:25 left there. Notre Dame with a chance to put this thing away before the half. Even a field goal probably make it to where it's not worth watching it anymore. Alabama has it out near midfield against LSU. 10.5 to go in the first half. That game will be the last one done for sure, just because of all the fucking commercials. Simpson's ball is complete. It's a nice throw to the tight end, split out wide. Got him in a good matchup against the linebacker. Down to the LSU 24. 10.5 to go in the first half. My fast feeds right now, NBC for Navy Notre Dame and LSU Alabama on ABC. That's subject to change. Nebraska UCLA on Big Fox later will be an option for sure. And then Sam Houston and Oregon State obviously for sure. But guess what? I'm not going to be here for those. I got a lot to do. And looking forward to a big crowd next week. And not 1, 2, 6, 8, 10 viewers. The way to build that's to promote it aggressively and see what I can pull out of my hat. California has bammed it in here. Kendrick Raphael, a 2-yard rushing touchdown. They have taken the lead at Louisville. 9 plays, 75 yards, 2:28 off the clock. 6 seconds left, and Cal has scored. Louisville gets it at halftime, but the Golden Bears will take the lead as a almost 3-touchdown dog into the intermission. Cal at 5-4, Louisville 7-1. Impressive drive by the Golden Bears. Kentucky scores a touchdown, takes the lead up to 16-7 against Florida. They've been by far the better team. The only Florida touchdown came on a very short field. The matchup for Kentucky against Tennessee was terrible, but against Florida and Texas, they've been pretty good. 12 plays, 59 yards, 6:11 off the clock. Boley getting it done. Having some fun with Calzada over there. Cats trying to get to 4-5 with the win here. They've got Tennessee Tech. Who else is left in this fucking schedule for them? Louisville, and there's another SEC game. Who do they have left in the league? Vandy, at Vandy. Tennessee Tech next week, which is losable, by the way. Tennessee Tech's a pretty good 1AA. At Vandy, at Louisville to end the season. 6-6 gets him into a bowl. The coach has a big buyout. He ain't going to get fired, so let's see what happens. Notre Dame guys are so homers on NBC. They like discuss it every time that Navy stops them for a loss, like it's an accident. And maybe it is, but Jesus Christ! I mean, a little bit of respect to our midshipmen. They're 7-1. It's like they can go out there and just play dead every week. It's like they stink so bad that they can't compete. Louisville gets the ball first, start second half. The Cal crowd into it. I can't believe there's a Cal crowd at Louisville. I guess Churchill Downs was open, so if any of these Cal people from up there wanted to bet horses, they could do that before the game today, given that horse racing isn't available in Northern California anymore. Ah, fuck, I can't listen to this thing. It's way too difficult to get to the volume. Notre Dame first down out in their midfield, up 14-7, 3 minutes to go in the half. Morales has won 5 in a row. Another winner for him. Against Schnell. ULala has beaten Texas State 42-39. They win it as a 3.5-point dog, 63 the total. Overall, the numbers. Alabama's into the LSU red zone, 3-all. 3rd and 5, 9:38 to go before the half. I guess I'll give that a little bit of audio. Oh, uncatchable pass. They're going to call penalty against LSU. All right, I take it back. 11 for LSU, basically grabbed the guy and tried to tackle him before the ball was even thrown. I just thought that was impossible. The coverage could be that bad before the pass. I was wrong. Thank you for watching the Sweatbox with me today. We're in the 9th hour, 15 minutes away from the 10th, and it won't go much longer. I'll give you some scores and some prices here shortly. Touchdown, Bama. Daniel Hill runs it in from 4 yards out. First touchdown of the game for either team. Man, that's close. They're trying to strip that thing out. I think he's in. Good effort. Yeah, good effort all the way around both ways. His knee's down, but not before he gets in. I'm going to go ahead and say that the touchdown on the field is the right call. 7 plays, 75 yards, 3:02 off the clock. First touchdown either way. 9-3 Bama, point pending. 9:25 to go before the half in that one. Extra point is good. Let's reset some other scores. Kentucky leads Florida 17-7. Lagway is incomplete. 2:47 left in Lexington. The Gators will punt, down 17-7. Florida State Clemson 18-7 at the half. Knowles 2.5, 3. I like Florida State in the second half. They get the ball first off the late touchdown. A little bit of momentum there. 27.5 flat the total. Lean over. Don't love it. California and Louisville. The Bears up 17-13 at the break. Louisville gets the ball first. Louisville laying 7.5. There is some 8. I think that's cheap. I actually like Louisville in the second half. Don't love it. The total's 26.5 or higher. Correlation to the over. If you're going to actually find a place that lets you parlay it, Louisville to over is not a bad bet. Wake Forest, Virginia. 10-6 Wake at the half. Virginia laying 2 at halftime, 21. I've told you already here I like Wake. I liked them before the game. Nothing I've seen stops me from that opinion. And the fact that Wake, so Virginia gets to the half, but Wake's been the better team for most of the game. The line, nobody's fooling anybody. They realize that Wake's the right side here. So maybe enough of this fairy dust Virginia magic bullshit, and we'll move on from there. Bama 10-3 over LSU. I've told you already there. Air Force 23-13, 9 minutes to go against San Jose. 15 minutes to post for Nebraska UCLA. That's on Big Fox. 2 and 45.5 for UCLA. UNLV Colorado State. Rebels 4.5, 5. There is some 5.5 out there on the Rebs. Up to 62, as low as 61 on the total. Utah State 34-0 late in the second over Nevada Reno. Navy, Notre Dame 14-7 at a 2-minute warning. Irish threatening to score again. They get it at halftime. 3rd and 8 here. Let's see what happens at the 32 before I move on. Blitz. Get there. Complete. Gain of 15, 25, 28. First and goal at the 4, Notre Dame. Not much worth watching there anymore. Spread purposes, you can sweat that yourself. It's on NBC. Sam Houston, Oregon State on the CW channel. Opened 17.51 and a half. Some bets at 21 and 52 and a half. San Diego State, Hawaii. Opened San Diego State 4.50 and a half. It's now 6.5 and 48. That gets you up to snuff on everything. And given the audience we have tonight, what I've got to do work-wise, what I need to do to get ready for next Saturday, I think I'm going to call it. I thought I was going to make it a couple more hours, but it's not worth it tonight. Just not enough people here. Notre Dame in control now. LSU, Bama, you can watch it on ABC. Kentucky and Florida on the SEC channel. Air Force San Jose State on FS1. That will be followed by UNLV, Colorado State, Nebraska, UCLA on Big Fox. After Arkansas, Michigan State in basketball, which is 59-53. Spartans in East Lansing. Izzo over Calipari. Still a little bit to go there. The Hawaii San Jose game is on Spectrum Sports Hawaii. Sam Houston, Oregon State. The CW. That's it. You got all the TVs for everything else. Enjoy. Good luck. God bless. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow morning. I will be around probably for second half of Colts Atlanta. Certainly before any of the kickoffs of the 1 o'clock Eastern games. We have a decent card tomorrow. I'll go over all that stuff with you then. In the meantime, have a good night. Send me anything chat-wise to my email or to my Twitter that you find to be relevant. Otherwise, look forward to a big weekend next weekend. We're getting to the point where we're really close to getting this thing popped up and hyped, and hopefully get some people on here in the chats and blow this thing up next week. Be well. God bless. Take care. Thank you so much. Good night, and talk soon.